こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トグさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、移動中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
立駒、援護しろ。その調子だ、立駒。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. This is Championship Sunday at the Garena Survivors Season 2. Legacy about to be forged. Legacy about to be built by some of the teams out there. I am the Mustachio AJ, and down here with me, my longtime friend, my brother, the best data analyst that Call of Duty Mobile has to offer, the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia.
I'm really excited as what's going to happen today, AJ, because this is where everything is falling on the line. If those teams who haven't made it from the first day has a chance from the second day, well, this is the last chance for them. And from the list that we have, especially from how it ended from yesterday, not a lot of teams have great hopes in there in terms of points. So hopefully they don't give up that easily, because there's still a chance for them to, as we call it, bring the legacy for their name as the fighting still continues, AJ.
The fighting still continues on the battlefield, off the battlefield, in the comment section, of the comment section in Discord, on Facebook, everywhere. There are just battles all around. A lot of controversy kind of surrounding the competition as well. And some of that controversy has been answered. Some of the controversy, unfortunately, is left hanging out there in the open. And hopefully we can get down to the bottom of each and every single, suspicion raised by the community, just so that we can maintain the integrity of the competition. And I think if we, at the very start, was so harsh with people who were exploiting bugs, we should take into account, some of the other feedback received extremely seriously, because no one should be able to game the game at the end of the day. We've been building the scene, Neptune, together for such a long time. The past 2+ years, close to 3 now, it hasn't been easy to do. And it wasn't just us giving the voice. It was all of these players out there who have inspired the other teams to put on their best. And it would be an absolute shame to see all of that hard work go to waste just because of how some think they can take advantage of the situation. But that addressed and put aside, today, what we want to see out there together, brother, is just absolute dominance from some of those teams out there. The journey is not over. Teams, even in the 4th, 5th, 6th spot, are very close to each other. We've got 6 viable rounds. If they can step it up, if they can take this all the way, even the 4 Kings Aces is still in a position where they stand a chance to be crowned champion. But they have to chug out that best of performances every single round, Neptune.
Now, I will agree with you because of how close it is from the scores in there. From, I would say, from the 5th to the 9th spot in there, because it's not that far. It's easy. One good round, as we usually say, one good round can turn this around for them. Oh, correction. It's up until the 8th spot. So it's still a good battle in there for the leaderboard. But for those who have been dominating, AJ, I mean, they make it very difficult to catch up, especially for those Vagabonds brand, Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads, because of the lead that they've taken all throughout this finals.
Yeah, and I called them out yesterday. I want a battle between Vagabonds, Esports, and Nomads. I think, they've shied away from that potential encounter one too many times already. Out of 12 matches, we have barely seen them go head-to-head against each other. Today might just be the day where they respect that request and they do take each other on out there on the battlefield. Because usually when you see Nomads getting into that final circle, Vagabonds Esports had already bombed out. And when Vagabonds Esports get into that final circle, Nomads are nowhere to be seen. We want to see a little bit of change this time around. Whether they meet early in the matchup, whether they meet later down the line, I really don't care. Because if you're capable of dominating the competition together, it just seems a little, off that you have never really met in that final circle to challenge for the exact same lobby, to challenge for the exact same round. But today, where we've got these 6 back-to-back rounds, 3 at Isolated and 3 at Blackout, I'm hoping to see that happen more at Blackout than Isolated, because that's exactly where a bulk load of the domination is, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's one thing why it's difficult to gauge really who is the best team against a different one, because of the dynamics of Battle Royale. But talking back to tournament format, out of 256 teams who went in to the dynamics of Battle Royale, jumped in onto the fight to qualify for the semifinals, only 32 remained, and they were split into 2. They were split into the first half of the semifinals as well as the second. And this time, this is where the culmination of all those days that they tried and they fought is now on the line. 16 teams, top 8 from both semifinals, is battling it on for the last day of this competition. So far, the first 2 days, one day was a complete domination. The second day brings out hope. Hopefully, there's this light that will be coming out from this day number 3, because the light is needed to shine for the other teams who need more points than ever to catch up onto that leaderboard. Again, it's Isolated for the first 3 matches and Blackout for the next 3. Like a combination of 6 rounds in here, and everything will be in FPP, AJ.
Everything in FPP, no TPP nonsense, no, nothing that the teams are super used to anymore. And forcing them to play FPP will not only push them to their greatest lengths, but also get them ready for that international stage where the FPP format is just so much more preferred. A lot of them love to play FPP, kind of keeping to the old style of Call of Duty. When you see it played on PC, you barely see the third-person perspective. It's always that first-person perspective that the teams out there use. But I, of course, do want to see supremacy from all of the teams out there. But what are they fighting for? This is exactly what it is for. 25,000 US dollars, and a lion's share of this prize pool is 500,000 pesos, Neptune, 10,000 USD.
Yeah, 10,000 USD might not look big on screen right now, but if you, as AJ mentioned, if you compute it on Philippine peso, it is a huge deal for one competition, for one team to get that in a tournament. And it really changed lives in here. And we have some teams who have already done that already. And I'm just wondering how it changed their lives, because we haven't get a glimpse of that so far. But this time, like, if in case they will do it once again, then AJ, just for Garena Survivors, like I mentioned, that will be 1,000,000 pesos, and they're already being taken. If in case Vagabonds Esports takes that again.
I want to see if they can do it. By the way, they've been dominating the competition so far. They look like they are primed to do exactly that. But everybody in the grand finals gets to enjoy a slice of the pie. The biggest difference is exactly how big is your slice. NRX 420, we saw a little bit of viability from this team, but no matter how much they try, no matter how much they push, they don't seem to be able to get away from the depths of despair that they currently sit in on that 16th spot. And here's the format of the competition that NRX has most definitely been struggling with overall. That is finding the kill points as well as the placements. In both categories, they seem to be kind of shaky, not really finding that final circle, as well as not really finding the ability to slay out their opponents, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's one reason why we are assuming that they might have something on a back pocket that they will be pulling out by this day number 3, because this is not the usual NRX 420. Even the previous set of teams, even the previous roster of NRX 420 doesn't stay this long on the lower part of that leaderboard. So we're expecting a lot more. We have hopes for a lot more from this team, and even for the other teams out there, because they can play either the kills or the placement. And as we look at the placement points right now, the winner will take 10 points. But as AJ and I keep mentioning, even if you get on the second spot with only 6 points, the 4 points can be captured from the kills. So even if you are in there 0 points, we've seen a lot of teams get kills more than the winner placement points. So that is there's no balance anymore, AJ. There's no golden ratio anymore because of how small the highest point that you can get in terms of placement is. And this time, a lot of teams are just focusing on the kills, which at some point really worked for them moving up on the leaderboard.
And I really feel like that's something that needs to be changed out there on the battlefield, because we have skewed this way too much to find that aggressiveness out of the teams, and nobody's focusing on strategy anymore. Nobody's focusing on placing themselves well in that final circle, because they know just purely depending on the placement points isn't going to do them much good. They need to engage more. They need to pick up those kill points. But I'm not a huge fan of just pure engagements in a Battle Royale match. I am a huge fan of looking at strategy. I'm a huge fan of looking at those rotations, looking at teams do their homework, study the other squad, study their drop spots, as well as rotations in from circle to circle. But there's not a lot of room for strategy. It's just the room for run and gun. The ones who get to slay the most wins the competition. And that's kind of, I guess, something that has pushed some players to taking drastic measures to secure kills out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, and I would agree with you as well. Some of the teams have been working so hard in getting the slays, but still, they need to work on the placement, and strats is one thing that they need to focus on. A lot of teams really made it to the top top 8 of the leaderboard in here because of the strats that they're working on, not so much on the kills. And at some point, we are seeing some extra teams as well who are doing well, like even from the other the other semifinals, we've seen a lot who has done well in terms of kills, but it can only bring you so far that you need to focus to get the placement. And still, there's still a ratio that you need to focus on, but not so much the balance wherein placement and kills need to be the same. It's just need to be proportionate to bring you higher in terms of the scores, AJ.
Yeah, long story short, you need to take the 10 points. You can't afford anything lower than the 10 points. And, you know, especially if you are not really slaying all that too much out there on the battlefield. If you do have a knack of slaying, you know, the probability, of course, of picking up the 10 points drastically increases because you can slay your way to victory down there in that final circle. But playing the pressure through those skills certainly has paid dividends for some of the teams out there on the battlefield. And these are the teams like Vagabonds Esports, Nomads, AMT Prime, as well as AXP Eternals, who have managed to put a lot of kill points to their side. And XP Eternals, the only downside or the weakness of this squad of not getting into the top 3 or the top 4 is the fact that they don't really place well in a majority of their matches, only getting into that final circle, but continuously slaying carelessly when they get there.
Yeah, they do have mechanical skills, but strats a little bit lacking. Thus, survivability is also lacking at that point. And I know there are qualified teams already in here. This is the 3rd day, so you know them overall. But later, a lot more of talks will be in there once we have the leaderboard, because that is where we're going to have the assumptions of, by the end of this day, AJ, who will be taking the bigger piece of the pie, especially that on the left of the previous prize pool that we've seen earlier. Because on the right, one reason why it's grayed out is because it's not that much though it's still USD, but it's not that much compared to the first 4 places that the teams can get once they end this competition.
Yeah, it's a huge prize pool, but if you want the lion's share, if you want the majority of the prize pool, you got to be in the top 4, or else you are going to be pulling away consolation prizes. You are right, Neptune. It's in US dollars, so it's still a lot of money for the Malaysians, for the Filipinos out there as well. If you are ABC Mystic, then perhaps when you convert USD into SGD, first world country problems, you don't really get a lot from it. But the bigger point here is, how do the teams stack against each other? Let's take a quick peek at our overall leaderboard to see who stands a good chance of rising up to the top. And of course, Vagabonds Esports, very comfortable in that #1 placement for the time being. Nomads, just 36 points behind them with that 2nd place at 146 points. 134 points on the side of AMT Prime. They need 13 points to overtake Vagabonds Nomads. And these are the top 3 dogs in the competition.
And for Conquerors, I mean, they have been consistent in there in #4, not only every post game, but right now in the overall rankings. Though they had a chance in there to stay on that #3 spot, but unfortunate for them, inconsistency has not been in there, or like inconsistency has been taken, and that brought them down from that leaderboard. But this one is really one thing that we are expecting, because Riley Esports slowly moved up and maintained their reign on that #5 spot, and they are brave enough as well to challenge the ones from above. We've seen several instances from the semifinals to the finals wherein they tried to challenge Vagabonds Esports, and that fight that they have in them, they really need to bring more early into the game to take out the points from Vagabonds Esports and make them higher onto the leaderboard, because as we can see, it's not so much difference against them as well as Dow Conquerors, who is just 5 points in between. Like 6 points is needed for them to overtake.
6 points needed for them to, of course, replace Dow Conquerors in that 4th place. Riley Esports has done so much so far, but what they were doing in the semifinals is something that I prefer so much more than what they're bringing out of the grand finals. Riley was more consistent, especially when it came to engaging with Vagabonds Esports and challenging them for that high ground advantage. They were able to throw them off their game quite a number of times, but we don't really see that sort of bravery in Riley Esports at the grand finals. finals. That's what I want to see. More confidence, more engagements out there on the battlefield. Down at the bottom here, you've got again, Mustachio. AXP Eternals, 85 kills, 19 placement points. That's where they have to buck up. But if they can continue slaying in the exact same way they have done so far, they don't really have much to worry about. Just 4 points behind Riley Esports and 10 points behind the Dow Conquerors overall to take their spot away from them. The Four Kings Aces, on the other hand, currently holding on to the 7th place, and they are 6 points behind AXP Eternals, and Armin and Rodzina, on the other hand, with that 8th spot with a total of 92 points to their side. Now, towards the bottom here, from the 9th place onwards, things get so much more difficult if they want to get the top 3 spots here, Neptune.
Yeah, because there's a lot of points lead already in there, especially when we started off from a team Dow Vitas. Imagine, it is a huge points in there. If I'm not mistaken, that is a 25 points that they need to get in order to take down Armin Rodzina on that top 8 spot. And if that is the case for the number 9 spot, what more for those that follows them? If you look at it, 68, 58 from ABC Mystic, 51 for AXP Creators. Even Team Dow ENE Phoenix only has 50 points. And these teams at some point from the semifinals shown great potential in terms of the killing power, even on the placement, but not altogether. Thus, they are being pushed down in here in the second half of our leaderboards, AJ.
Second half of the leaderboard, as they get pushed down, I feel like not a lot of teams from the second half will be able to surprise us today. But the one thing they can do is prove to us, regardless of their situation, regardless of their position in that overall leaderboard on the final day of this grand finals, they will still give us their very best. 5 high-tier loot zones in the very first game at Isolated. And as usual, Four Kings Aces will take the best high-tier loot zone, which is the New Vision City. Estate to be conquered by the one and only NRX 420, who very quickly fly over Estate, not wanting to take that risky drop against a G11, D11 Kratos. And the boys of 420 instead drop on the outside perimeter of Estate. I understand why they pulled away, but I think they should have just gone in there for the hot drop because it's a high tier loot zone. The probability of you finding something good is still there for you, Neptune.
And there's several levels as well for S8 that they can take and probably get initial loots before they head out to practice range. Usually that is where they drop practice range, and that is one reason as well why they meet up with Vitas early into the game from the previous rounds and as well as the previous part of this competition, because Vitas usually targets that Jackal, which is near practice range. But this time they took a different spot, but which is expected. It is NRX 432 taking that farm area as well as a butcher that can give them the initial loot that they need, especially the kinetic armor that they can use to arm themselves in there, prepared for battle. But how can that convert later on? Because we're expecting AJ, because a lot of things are in the line. The final circle of this first round might meet 12, if not 14 teams by that last phase.
NRX 432, they, as usual, try to loot up farm, but the one biggest difference this time around, I believe they haven't really gone in for the Butcher Slay just yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I missed that.
Jock did already.
Oh, Jock. No, too fast, man. This guy, Joko, is just a little bit too cool for the Butcher, managing to butcher him out of the round each and every single time they hop on into Isolated. Big Bertha here, but nobody's touched Big Bertha in such a long time. She is pretty upset about it. This vehicle was brought in and it brought so much of excitement into the competition because of how tanky it is. And then after a slight nerf, nobody touches it anymore.
Yeah, it's very slow for a vehicle. It can only ride 2 people in comfort. The rest will be in there out in the open, and you don't want that. You're already running slow, and then 2 of your members will be out in there as a target for everyone who can shoot them down. So I don't blame them if they don't want to take the Big Bertha. They will take the ORV, even the Antelope. and it's only 3 seated, but they have the firepower to get back against an enemy, a vehicle that might take them later on, and that is one thing that they need to consider as well. But I really love to see the gameplay, and probably it will be left until a buff will be done in there for the Big Bertha. But for now, for competition, I mean, that will be stuck in there. The oils might need to be changing afterwards, AJ.
Let's see if they can face the fury of AXP Kratos here, Vitality. Vitality overall in the competition hasn't been as furious as Kratos, especially when it comes to the engagement capability. That being said, it's not like there's a lot of distance between their firepower and capability out there on the battlefield. So this is going to be quite the equal fight. It's all about who engages first and who has got that advantage, high ground advantage. Paul on for the peak, finds nobody because the players are all hidden away. But Matori, he exposes himself. Paul just a little bit too slow with his crosshair to drag it across him. Pixie open. But Paul, what are you doing, Phaeton? He triggered discipline here, and it's not triggered discipline by Paul. He's just a little too slow to drag his crosshair.
Yeah, probably it's a little bit of a caution. Even if he spots one, he will not be making that hit. But no, a miss. SMR says hit. And there goes a good follow-up by Paul. And I think that's what he's waiting for. A non-moving or slow-moving target. And a pinch will be done by Vitality right now. 2 men down already for AXP.
Oh, Pixie taken out of the equation. Finally, Paul strikes Phaeton. And it's a good trade out by the players of Vitality. But Trevor now just behind Jesuo. Jack 12 for the win. Hits that beautiful rewind. Goes up another rewind class. And he quickly repositions. Paul, on the other hand, Trevor, fantastic attack with the AK-47. Final surviving member. Needs to recover a little bit of his armor and HP. 1 dog tag in hand, but he needs a few more. Players all being picked up. Vitality, it's all in the hands of Trevor. He finishes off all Paul just so that he can get yet another dog tag. And I don't know if this is the best of ideas because he could have taken a good attack against Phaeton and Shy. And Trevor does exactly that, shutting down Shy. Jesuo out there in the open field. As Void gets scanned in, he goes down. Good play by Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor just waiting in there, buying some time before getting in for the approach. And that is a good play indeed because they're still safe within the safe zone and a good chance for the dog tags to be scanned. But on the other side, not so lucky will be Blink Hiss. He is now turned into dog tags and they are battling once again their competition in this area. It is a team Dalvidas who have a great advantage of them apart from the information that Meow will be getting, the firepower that the rest of the team has, and Reagan right now is being rushed by 3 members. Rotation really not working for NRX 420.
NRX 420 seems to be stuck in a little bit of a pickle here as Chibi goes down. Zeus with the backup. And I believe they have recovered the situation, but Dalvitas now just on the perimeter of this compound at Crash. Almost moving on in for that fight already. And one guy from 420 just sneaks on out, punished by Kuzma. That was unnecessary for Reagan. I don't know exactly what was on his mind. There was no backup given as well. And Kuzma now turned into a dog tag just to make the journey of NRX 420 a little bit more difficult. We will have to jump back in there and see exactly what happens to them later on. Riley Esports, one of the greatest threats for the Nomads as well as Vagabonds Esports out there on the battlefield. It looks like Nomads wants to deal with them quick before we get into that final circle.
The 3 teams in here will not be easy for the Nomads. They need to be a little bit cautious in their approach. Hack has been done in here against this team, thus pushing out Esser as well as a gunfire coming in from the Conquerors. But vehicle gameplay might provide them with an escape or probably an attack advantage. But Travis right now still on the hunt, trying to take down Riley Esports. And this is 2 against 4. No care in there for the lives of Vagabonds Nomads. What they want, what they care about is the kills that they can get from this engagement, AJ.
Travis backing away, but Esir loses his life. Good response by Riley Esports. Long range engagement perfection as Travis recovers his armor very smartly behind those stools. He will be able to join back with the rest of his team members. Pogs right in front of him, and Riley disengages. They want nothing to do with the players of Nomads because of what they can do out there on the battlefield. So good engagement by Riley and a better decision overall as they disengage.
And Riley Esports right now, this is a smart move that they can do and they can do moving forward, because they are not aiming just for Vagabonds Nomads. They're also aiming to take down the high ground against Vagabonds Esports, and they just need to wait for the third phase for them to do that. That is where most of the challenge of Riley Esports comes against Vagabonds Esports. Thus, Vagabonds Esports certainly at some point move out of the high ground because of the challenge that Riley Esports has done. And this team of the Conquerors, hopefully we can see a little bit more of consistency from them. Though we saw them fight it off against Vagabonds Nomads, they back out from that fight because of the two-team engagement that they might facing earlier in this game, and they need to focus on the objective. They need to get the upgrade because so far none of the teammates has already upgraded in this game.
Let's see if or not Sekre can do anything against Almighty Prime, as well as the players that are just beyond the vicinity here. Almighty Prime, they want to approach, but I believe they just got nerfed by Vagabonds Esports momentarily ago. And that one kill that was taken by Vagabonds Esports, I believe, was on the player of Prime. Negi shuts down Jabi from Wanted. SMRS perfection. But all the teams out there, I believe nobody's getting super aggressive. They're all trying to play this as slow as possible. And that's the kind of pace I like for the opener of our grand finals here, Neptune.
Yeah, it brings me on a lot of tactics. It needs to be tactical for this team. And though we're seeing a lot of dog tags, that is just a result of some engagement that has been too aggressive. But Clyde right now is in a good turnaround in there, despite of being pushed out from that ATV, was able to turn that ATV around and get away from the engagement. Now, AXP right now is in here just waiting for one of their teammates to come back, and this is the Four Kings, who might have a challenge against NRX 420, but NRX 420 don't want to be part of any of this engagement. Getting good position, and this will be a chance for Pavi to try to take down Instinct, and this is a battle of sniper versus sniper, AJ.
4K. 2 kills so far. Slow approach. They want to get into that final circle. Let's see if they can get across this battlefield, though. It is an opportunity for them to continue climbing up that leaderboard, as the Four Kings Aces started off horribly on day number 1, but day number 2 was fantastic. Ju, great engagement against Nyx, who hits that rewind, but runs straight into him right after that. Little unfortunate of a plan, wasn't it?
Both of them were a rewind, and it's just that Nyx moved in on a different location. Like, once you're a rewind, one thing that you can do is go to the opposite location wherein you are being gunned down. But Nyx didn't. He just turns around, get back to that left side or right side of where he was standing, and as Ju was just shooting and firing back at them, it will eventually hit the fight.
It's an opportunity for Mystic to kind of step it up a little bit more, but NRX 432 still facing a little bit of difficulty out there, finding their momentum. Rogue, the FHJ will connect, but so does the bullet from his opponent. Vagabonds Nomads drop down on the ground. Rogue loses his life, and this is a big fight for Mystic, but they're not handling the situation well at all. Right in front of them, AXP Eternals just going to town with everybody in this compound. Kuki has been spotted. Mizuki Cutie on the right-hand side flank. Kimmy running straight forward, doesn't notice that the player has already backed away. Vagabonds Nomads trying their best to get away from the players of the Four Kings at the same time, as they're with the snowboard. One shot connects. Paul from Vitality gets taken down. It's NRX 420 doing some good work out there on the battlefield as well, but the Four Kings do not manage to catch up with Nomads, who slither away.
And it requires a lot of aggression for Four Kings to push Vagabonds Nomads out there with getaway coming from them. It's rare that we see Vagabonds Nomads to get away. It's only several instances when they know or probably sense that a top team, a big team who can take them down will be on that hill. And I think the battle will continue for the Four Kings right now, as earlier they met up already with Riley, was able to pick one out of this team. This time the rush is on, and Instinct will be taking the lead with the smoke and the sniper, a good combination from a long to mid-range engagement.
Let's see how they can do with this mid-long engagement. Riley Esports now kill, just spotting him out at M4, not dealing a lot of damage, not a lot of mods on it as well. The one gun that he does pull out of his arsenal is the Jack 12, and as they move on forward, Negi up top, Samares does not connect, and Vagabonds Nomads still in the crosshairs of Four Kings. Nagy will try to take that vehicle out, gets a lucky hit onto Virus, but apart from that, nothing else. That SMRS is not going to connect. Nagy's just trying to play his best of luck against the players of Nomads.
And that's a good play, I would say, for Negi, because having a team right there that he can distract, he can push towards where teammates are, the follow through from teammates can be done. But unfortunately for them, Vagabonds Nomads took a hill, took cover behind that hill, thus the rest of the teams don't have a clear view of where they're heading or even a clear shot to take them down. So it's good play from both teams, tactical approach as we expected, AJ.
Esports, one dog tag, right back in the matchup already. Roll joins them just with a secondary, fully smoked up. Look at the teamwork coming through from Riley. They smoke up the area just to allow their partner, who just made his way right back on the revival flight, to have enough of that ammunition to continue the battle. Kill fine. This time around, Instinct finishes off and the players of Vitas being tortured by the Four Kings, who desperately want to continue climbing up the leaderboard. We've missed that engagement, but don't worry, I'm sure we'll find them somewhere in that final circle. The Four Kings aces approaching Jabi, the final surviving member out there on the battlefield for the Vitas. Let's see if he can pick up all of those dog tags. He desperately needs this, Neptune.
Yeah, I can feel how heavy Jabi is moving right now. Imagine on his arsenal, M4 LMG plus an SMRS, the movement will be hampered at this point. It's a good position that they'll have, but on top of him is a team of AXP. On the other side, bus station right now, 3 teams are meeting. It is the Conquerors, Vitality, as well as ABC Mystic. And from what happened from ABC Mystic earlier, it's a good thing that they were able to survive as well as recover the rest of the teams in here, and they can battle on. 12 teams remaining, and we are on the 4th phase, and this is what we're reading earlier. Because of how slow the engagements are, it will end by the 5th zone with a lot more of teams and a lot more of chaos, as well as kills might be taken for those with prime location, AJ.
Chaos it is, man. This compound is just way too crowded. Bus station, there is the bottom side of bus station that is a tiny little maze that you can swoop around. Crayon finds Jesuo, who quickly sneaks back behind that box, and he doesn't get taken down, but off-screen, Maui does lose his life. Burn gets dropped as well, and Crayons, as the final survivor, needs to back away. No longer dog tags can be revived here, so he just needs to play the game of survival for himself, but Pogs finds him. Nomads puts the end to HGED 11 Kratos. The ENE, on the other hand, ENE Phoenix, so far, nothing much for them to shout about, but AXP Eternals. This is one of the teams that has been constantly climbing the leaderboard, but we talked about how their inability to secure placement points has affected them so far, Neptune. They need to make that adjustment right now.
And there's one reason why. As we saw earlier from the side of Mizukuri, we have this Sync in there who rushed them that quickly, rushed Four Kings that quickly, and the rest of the teams haven't been in there for the backup. SMRS will connect in there from Negi, and Mizukuri needs to armor up, but not only is the Four Kings in there, it is Riley Esports also onto the side. So the moment that this battle continues or ends for the side of either team, there will be a surprise come in from a team behind, and it's Riley Esports. And as he gets in on to get away from the engagement, ENE Phoenix will be in there. So AXP not looking good for them, and this might be the end for this team, AJ.
How did Negi just miss Kimmy? Kimmy's just sticking to the very edge of the circle there, not doing much at all on the prone. I believe he was proning on a loot box, and the players of the Four Kings just absolutely missing this guy. Game of survival is what we talked about them needing, but Kimmy finally loses his life as KL finds him. Vagabonds or Esports, Jeswo taken out. They are going for the players of Vitality, whereas Lily Esports finds the Four Kings, but they realize exactly why they've got the name of the Kings right there behind them. Oh, roll straight through Kiel, who re-engages momentarily before repositioning, and the Four Kings have met their match out there on the battlefield. Riley really taking the fight up to them, but Kiel, as he shuts down Segre as well, the players of VVV did manage to put up quite a bit of fight, and Kiel as the final survivor now just need, oh no, 2 survivors. Negi continues to bleed out, but there's no way he's gonna get to him to help him stand right back up here, nephew.
Yeah, he's getting back in there and hiding, but the difference is he's bleeding out, and the rest of the team is just walking above him. And we are now left with 5 teams, 14 soldiers, and as we see right now, Vagabonds Esports, even as they are covered in smoke, they still have a good position to take down their brothers from above. But with this position right now being prime position, being taken by the Nomads, I don't think that will be a risk that will be taken by Vagabonds Esports. Thus, they try to challenge Almighty, who is on the other side as well, similar to the Nomads. Ralph, not yet spotted. We'll have to see if someone will come and fetch him from behind that rock, because a lot of chaos is happening already on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, seems like Virus is very aware that Rold will be able to take that backstep up against him as Blue gets dropped by Four Kings kill. The guy's still alive and kicking and putting out so much of damage, but Yato finally ends him. Four Kings taken out in the 5th spot. Nomads on the other hand. Finally, this is that engagement we were looking for inside of the final circle. It had to take a call out from the Mustachio out on broadcast to finally see this game of perfection. And Nomads taking the fight up against Vagabonds Esports. And I believe the little brothers will be able to get it done. Yes, they do get it done. Now, Almighty Prime on the other side of the hill. Fox slips on up, but he slips up overall, because now Travis is the final player left here. Can he go in for the pickup? The players of Almighty Prime, a little bit too slow. Virus goes in for the engagement, drops Chase, but Gray finishes off Travis. Progs to be taken out as well. Down Virus. Can he infect Chibi? Doesn't find the player out at all. Chibi drops. Virus behind him, and Chibi's just praying and praying with a jack, but Virus circles around, and he now has got that high ground advantage. Squashes out Quasi. It is a 1v2 against Chibi and Dre. They are playing it smarter, and Chibi gets that backstab.
And there you have it. We have Almighty Prime starting this day off similar to what we've seen from day number 2. And this might be the chance for Almighty Prime to really put on all the fight that they have and also show us that they can take a spot against Vagabonds Nomads. It is only 13 points that they need to go and take that second spot by the start of this game. But pretty sure Vagabonds Nomads had a lot of points as well. So we'll have to see by the leaderboards later on if they were able to come up to that number 2 spot, AJ.
Almighty Prime, fantastic approach towards that final circle. This time around, they had the game of numbers to play against Vagabonds Nomads. Valiant effort by the Nomads, but, you know, Virus just couldn't find the perfect solution to the double team by Dre and Chibi. I feel like if anything, approach towards them at the very final moments was a little too premature. Should have just held on to that high ground advantage and waited for them to come rushing towards him instead. But, you know, in such a tense moment, you got to make a decision. And unfortunately for him, it was the wrong one. But overall, we do see 12 points picked up here by Vagabonds Nomads in terms of the kills they have picked up, as well as 6 points coming through from the placement, which should give them 18 overall. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, with a total of 7 points, only secures 17 points. So that's a GGWP by the Nomads.
Yeah, despite of the effort that has been put in there by Almighty to take this win, the points will still be in favor of Vagabonds and Nomads out there because of how well they played the high ground. They even challenged Vagabonds Esports, who was taken down in there, and I was surprised on how Rald was surviving. Well, probably it's because of Big Boulder that has provided him the cover, but with a lot of chaos in there, they they were almost taken down, Vagabonds and Nomads, as Nomads goes in for that approach from the other side. But it's the Four Kings that provided a challenge for Riley Esports. But Vagabonds Esports this time, they had 7 kills to their name, and when it comes to the point, only 4. So 11 points in total at this point. But this is one thing that is looking up, AJ. The Four Kings getting 13 points plus the placement that they get on that 5th spot.
And the Four Kings, they stand a huge chance to continue climbing up the leaderboard. I don't know if they can replace Nomads as well as Vagabonds Esports from the number 1 and number 2 spot, but catching up with Almighty Prime and potentially dislocating their heels as well as breaking their legs and taking over the 3rd spot might just be a possibility by the Four Kings. But when you've got Almighty Prime on their best gameplay possible, reaching up to the top, shutting down even Vagabonds Nomads themselves, then you're going to have a problem. So Four Kings overall, although it was a spectacular performance this time around, they are fighting against the current to reach up to the top. Let's hope they are a little salmon fish who will be able to swim through all of it with just pure muscle power. ENE Phoenix, on the other hand, together with a, 6 kills in that 6th spot. Not too shabby at all for their performance. And we do have the one and only Dow Conquerors. This time couldn't really conquer this circle, especially towards the final one, only managing to pick up 3 kills down at the 7th spot, 1 placement point available for them. Vitality, on the other hand, did amazingly well in this round, managing to take away 7 kills down at that 8th spot. Team 3 AXP Eternals, they kind of wrap things up a little softly this time. Desing and Kimi only chucking out 4 kills for the team down at the 9th spot. From the 9th place onwards, no more placement points, Neptune.
Yeah, and this is one thing that they need to get all the kills. As we can see, ABC Mystic, despite of the effort that they have in surviving in there, as one of their teammates was left to take the dog tags, they met up with the rest of the teams in bus station, and that is where they were taken down from this fight. On 10th spot, HGE. D11 Kratos, they have a great potential in here, and potential they show with the 6 skills that they have, and not a lot of teams are getting this much kills on this position on the leaderboard and post game breakdown, but they did. But so much can be done for this team. HGE D11 Kratos is a damager when it comes to engagement, and Vitas, on the other hand, Team Dow Vitas, not so much in the points anymore. I think we've set it up about how the Jackal gameplay is not working for Meow at this point, because no kills and the rest of the teams are just getting it as they chase down earlier NRX 420, but after that, nothing has been converted for this team on 12th spot, AJ.
Down at the 12th place, let's see if or not Vitas can bring in that consistency we usually look in them, and Meow just has to understand that his skills on the Jackal actually can provide so much more for the Vida squad. As long as he understands that and tries to play it in some of these rounds, he might be able to see the fruits of his labor, but I don't know if changing up that strategy and that very final day of the Grand Finals is going to serve up anything solid for their side. NRX 420 in another unfortunate round as Bobby gets that single kill, and nothing else to shout about in this team, unfortunately. KKPG as well as Cookie providing a lot of points down here at the 14th place for Armin and Rodzina. NRX 432, the Butcher seems to be the easiest one that they can slay out there on the battlefield, but the other players, they have a lot of problem with. And this is just an ultimate surprise if you ask me, because I always thought that the 432 squad had a lot of firepower within them, and they haven't really, been a stranger to the competitive scene for a long time. But it's all right. We surely hope that the 432 squad can step it up just a little bit. And down here at the 16th spot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one would expect for them to cry, but I believe there's still a little bit of hope left in here for the team. You're asking me who it is. I want to ask production the exact same question. If we can scroll down just a little bit, I'll be able to tell you.
I'll try to put a little bit of guess while we're waiting. If what we have is updated, and there you go. There's no waiting, AJ. It is AXP creators out there, not the creators that we usually see. Well, the same thing happens as well for AXP Eternal. So the kills really is not working for them. But I would agree with what you mentioned about NRX 432 in there. They have great potential in the fight, especially in the showing that they have from semifinals, and hopefully that is not the target just to reach the grand finals, because from the previous season, NRX 432, though it's a different set of team, they didn't get to the grand finals, and this time this is a chance for them to build that legacy of not just present but also putting up a lot of fight in the finals. And the same goes with every team who are in here are trying to catch up on the points, because as we mentioned, this is the last chance for everyone to try and put on a lot of gameplay strategies to bring them higher onto the leaderboard, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Now, we do understand and we do acknowledge that there has been a couple of unfortunate technical errors on the stream. You do seem to have a few frame drops as you're watching, and we do truly apologize for all of the inconvenience. We are looking into the issue, and we are going to take a quick short break after this so that we can sort it out for all of you. So enjoying the final day of Garena Survivors Season 2, Legacy will not be an issue at all. We do apologize for the inconvenience. We do apologize for the lag on the stream. Trust us, we are on it, and we will try to make sure it's all sorted out after we get out, not before we get back from that break.
Yeah, and I will be happy to see a lot of like all of the shows right now it being smooth, but let's think that with technology it's not perfect, so a lot of things might happen as well apart from the all the equipment, even the internet. There's a lot of instances, AJ, that it's not just production, but even the teams has been affected by a lot of technical issues. So let's put that into mind while our team are working hard to make that work this time. For now, we're just looking into the highlights right now, a preview of what we've seen earlier and how Almighty dominated this game and dominated it in fashion, because from what I'm seeing, even as knockdown, not all of the members has been taken down in there by the final moment. So there was a chance for them to even take down Vagabonds and Nomads at this point. But it was left on a 1v2, and Virus really has no choice to get away, turn his back, and the backstab was in there, making Almighty the winner for this first round. What I'm expecting, AJ, with the movement of Almighty in here, this might be similar from yesterday. The first two rounds will be an Almighty game. That is just an assumption from my side. And I think you might just be right in terms of how the Almighty Prime squad wants to step it up. We did talk about how if there's anybody that can actually challenge Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads, especially with the way they play out there on the battlefield and their tactics and the very similar way of fishing out opponents on the battlefield, it's going to be Almighty Prime. And these are the three teams that kind of get into that final circle, and Almighty Prime gets the number done. At the end of the day, you have to understand that there's no running away from these three teams, Neptune. And so, especially with the lead that they have in this competition, in this grand finals, it really is more of the tactics as well as the mechanical skills that they put into play that bring them to the height. Though I'm quite surprised on how the turnaround for Almighty has been done. Not quite sure what is the motivation that is in there for the in-game leader, because from what we've seen, Almighty was not popping up from the early parts of the competition. And this might be one of the story wherein they are coming for the comeback, what we've seen from some of the top teams. And this might be something that them pulling out a page from their playbook at this late part of this competition, AJ.
Once again, we humbly apologize for a little bit of the technical difficulty that we have been facing on the stream. We're going to take this break. When we come back, a clear stream for all of you. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
New Vision City での重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。 い。
うわ楽しみ。
行くぞ。気をつけろ。行くわよ。立ちこま、手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トゲさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、移動中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
立ちこま、援護しろ。その調子だ、立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ楽しみ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。 行くわよ。
うわ楽しみ。
行くぞ。気をつけろ。行くわよ。立ちこま、手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トゲさん。スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、リロード中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
立ちこま、援護しろ。
もっと上手にできてるよね。
その調子だ、立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー、はい。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ楽しみ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。 い。
うわ楽しみ。
行くぞ。気をつけろ。行くわよ。立ちこま、手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トゲさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、移動中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
立ちこま、援護しろ。その調子だ、立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ楽しみ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行く くわよ。
うわ楽しみ。
行くぞ。気をつけろ。行くわよ。立ちこま。手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トグさん。
Hello, soldiers, and welcome back to the show. This is still Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. And once again, apologies for the tech issues and for your understanding. We thank you, because a great broadcast is what we are aiming for,
Yes.
and to give everyone that we really need to extend break, and this is a time that we continue on for round number 2 of the last day of the finals. I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is my friend, my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
What a fantastic opener we've had for the day, where we finally got to see a little bit of engagement from the Vagabonds brand, Nomads, as well as esports. And what do you know? The only ones who are capable of challenging the Vagabonds esports as well as Nomads, AMT Prime, were the ones inside of that final circle, nailing the victory against them. It was fantastic, but we want to see more of that out there on the battlefield. 2 more rounds at Isolated is what we are going to get before we move on into Blackout. But we also want to show a little bit of what happened in the previous round, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, from that previous round, it's a lot of engagement, other engagement that we've seen in there. And I was telling before the start of the fight, we're in the Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds and Nomads. It's real difficult to tell who is the best of the teams unless they battle each other. But because of the number of teams out there, like, it's not like the multiplayer scene. It is quite a different out there and in the scene. But guys, for everyone, for all the support that you have in there, we have something for you. I know the understanding that you have and the love of community right now is in there, given on to the comment section. So the milestone has been reached and the coupon will be shown. The code is there for you to grab.
You know, there is a little bit of a delay on the stream, and everybody thinks that Mustachio got attacked or Mustachio is in the toilet, and that's why we are delaying the broadcast. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Yes, I was in the toilet. You got me, okay? You got me. But here you go. A lucky box coupon for all of y'all just because I had to take a little bit of extra time. You gotta clean up, man. I mean, you gotta use the bidet. You gotta wipe up right after that and all. But just like how Vagabonds Esports has been wiping up everybody out there on the battlefield. But this time they met their match, Neptune. Almighty Prime. They've done it once. Can they do it again? We need to take a quick peek at the leaderboard to see exactly where the teams stand after that spectacular round. And this is exactly what we've got on our hands right now. Almighty Prime, arm's length away from Vagabond Nomads. They just need 14 points to overtake them.
Yeah, 14 points is really what they need for them to be overtaken. But as we look at the Vagabonds Nomads as well as Almighty Prime, when we saw the first overall ranking after yesterday, it's only a few points that they really need. If I'm mistaken, it's 13 to overtake Vagabonds Nomads. But because of the performance of Vagabonds Nomads getting the slays from that first round, even if Almighty Prime got the win, they still need to catch up. 14 is the points that they need to take for them to get that number 2 spot. And that is Vagabonds Nomads not making it easy for this fight, AJ.
Not easy at all, but the Nomads, as they continue to fight for the top spot, they did allow the players of Vagabonds Esports just run away just a little bit. But thankfully, it was an end finally put to Vagabonds Esports as the little brothers showed that they were the ones who are slightly better when it comes to the engagements out there. Vagabonds Esports couldn't really keep up with the firepower of Nomads, forcing them to run all around that battlefield earlier on. But we also do see a little bit of promise from some of the teams in here. Riley Esports, although they're not an arm's length away from Almighty Prime, 2 solid rounds above Almighty Prime might just be able to sneak them in there. But I tell you, man, the top 3 in this competition, they look untouchable, Neptune.
I mean, is how far they have brought themselves on the reach of the other teams. And that is one reason why they are untouchable. And also with the performance that we've seen from them earlier. I mean, they were part of the top 4 teams who was in there in the final moment. Actually, the top 4 are the ones in there with the addition of Riley Esports, Ral surviving for that final member of the team. So that is what makes them very much in a leading on most of the rounds because of the survivability that they have in these matches. And that is what we ask for some of the teams. Yes, you can put in on the slays, on the kills, but you need to get survivability as well to get that placement point in this match. And speaking of match, AJ, we're starting the match right now. The flight path will be coming from the heat towards the docks. And the teams right now have easy reach onto their drop points.
And it seems to be a little peculiar here because Vitas are flying towards the outskirts of Dormitory and not directly to it, all to conquer that one Jackal, just a single player, leaving another one from Riley Esports high and dry. And it looks like the Jackal is just circling back to punish that player. No knocks coming through just yet. The rest of them hopping on in towards downtown. And at downtown, we do see a Jackal stolen away. And guess who is it? It is yet another player from Riley Esports. So both Riley as well as Vitas having the same idea, looking for the same compound, and they have one Jackal each. I'm quite curious to see if those Jackals get into combat up there in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good show, really, to see a dogfight right now, especially when the teams have already been proficient on what it can, or we've seen so much efficiency from the team and what it can offer in a competition. But the finals, seeing this new tactics coming from a different team who hasn't used this so far, this might be surprisingly or probably another bomb that will take their team down from this round after the game. But we'll have to see. We'll have to find out if that is something from their sleeves that they are keeping for a very long time and might bring them to a different height. But as expected, AJ, we still have NRX 432 in the farm area taking down the first casualty in this game, the Butcher.
And nobody cares about the Butcher at this point already, NRX 432, because, you keep doing the exact same thing. And I don't see exactly how is that serving your team up at all. Just change the strategy. Try something else. Try a cheese strat. I don't care what you do, but I want to see more of those points from NRX 432, even if it doesn't seem like it'll be affecting anything out there on the battlefield. But I want to see some effort, right? NRX 432, they've just been scrambling around, taking down the Butcher. I mean, I want to see them shoot at something that can shoot back a little bit more.
How about jumping into the tier area where they have the AI? At least that, even before you see them, it shoots back at you. But the thing is, one shot, then it's dead. It's already turned into loot. So at least that's one good point. But kidding aside, I would agree. NRX 432 really needs to bring it on because it's so many times already that we've seen them at the bottom of that post game, and it's not that we want a team in there, but a brand like NRX, even on the 420 side, we want them to provide us with not only entertainment but good engagement so that it will bring the fans. And if I'm not mistaken, like huge majority of the fans out there is like representing and shouting out the name of NRX. So this is a chance for you to give those fans some justice and bring us a good show, good scores in this fight.
You know, but I think the whole NRX brand, although they are the one of the fathers that kind of built this whole scene, they need much more time out there on the battlefield if they want to find their way back in here in order to conquer. A little bit of, you know, extra advantage might be taken by some of the teams out there by whatsoever means. But if you are NRX 420 and if you want to win this with integrity, it's going to take a little bit of time. In fact, it's going to take a lot of time, Neptune.
A lot of time is needed, really, but not so much for this day number 3 of the grand final, because they only have 5 rounds left, including this one. And with the movement that we've seen so far, not enough of damage has been done against Vidas. And finally, I will not be laughing anymore. Blink in there for the first slay, and the rest of the teams might have been spotted already. One knock already by Raygun from afar. And it's a good start, a good stride being done by NRX 420.
Raygun, opportunity. Kuzma knocked down onto the ground. One final guy in there. And it looks like clearly this time around, NRX 420 wants to go to town with all of these players. And with Jabi taken down by Raygun, they start things off hot. 4 back-to-back slays coming through, all courtesy of Vitas as they hop on in front of NRX 420 to challenge them in the outskirts as the circle closes on in. NRX 420 now need to start moving and following that circle. Although not a lot of damage, you do not want to get caught outside of the circle by one of those bigger teams, because then that circle's just helping down your HP, whereas the other teams can just farm those kill points on you and continue moving along. But this is the kind of performance we want to see out of NRX 420, and we at the very least get to see it at the start of this round number 2.
A good start for NRX 420 at this point, but I would agree with you in staying outside of safe zone. This is more of the Medstrat that was used previously from the other competitions by NRX 420, but this time, like, there's no recovering from that. Like, even if you use the med, it is still damaging, and at some point you really need to move first for by the circle, and that is where some of the teams are getting a lot of kills when they go in onto the edge and wait for that gatekeep capacity that they have, especially with the snipes as well as the long range engagement. Then they can get a lot of kills in there just waiting and guarding those spots. But we'll have to see if that will be the case at some point against NRX 420 as we jump over. Sucre is already down, turned to dog tag, and it is ENE Phoenix battling against Vagabonds Nomads at that point, AJ.
Conquerors, this is an opportunity for them to continue conquering out there on the battlefield. If you look at how they're doing overall on the leaderboards, it looks like Dow Conquerors have managed to conquer quite a number of placement points as well as slays for themselves. But the one thing that they haven't been able to do is quickly catch up with Riley Esports. But that's not a huge problem because they just now straggling 4 points behind them. So we just need to see decent consistency out of the Conquerors here, Neptune.
And Conquerors really need to get the inconsistency to be out of the way, because that is where they usually fall. And when we say fall, that is, they had the 3rd spot from the start of the day of the finals, but they fell down in there because of the consistency of the other teams in here moving towards the top spot of the leaderboard. But AXP right now is in here, is now trying to take a peek against ABC Mystic, and ABC Mystic really not providing a lot of surprises for the rest of the teams. They are expected to be on black market, and Airborne right now has been put into play, but SMRS gameplay in here coming from Viper will take that out, and there's no escape for ABC Mystic. But a good play in here coming from this team of Riley Esports with that, oh no, it's not Riley Esports, it's ABC Mystic using the Jackal to their advantage. So we'll have to find out if this will play for them. But with those engagement happening and gunshots happening, the 4 Kings will be moving in, and we'll have to find out if they can convert this game on them. And the 4 Kings right now is just in there. A backstab coming from Mizuki Cutie and the sync as well with a BY-15. And it's seldom that we see that BY-15 on the gameplay, especially in FPP game. But the hit out there from AXP taking down Four Kings at this point. And if I'm not mistaken, they have been left in there hanging dry on 15th spot.
Oh my goodness, that's something we definitely didn't expect, man. After the players of Four Kings did so well in the previous round, we were expecting them to continue climbing up the leaderboard. Just 3 points behind our Conquerors, and AXP Eternals have just managed to snuff them out. And this is an important fight for AXP Eternals because they were fighting with Armin and Rosina as well as Four Kings. They want to replace them in that 6th spot. And this is a great start to doing exactly that, Neptune. Although they are quite far away from the Four Kings, by taking them down in itself is a good way to start their journey up the leaderboard.
Yeah, there's a good start for them, and a lot of teams has been challenged in this area as well. And because of the distraction the Four Kings has done in there, even if they are taking the higher spot, it's more of the mechanical skills as well as the strats of AXP Eternals for that pinch maneuver. That is the downfall of the Four Kings at that point. The distraction in front, the flank from the right, and then the backstab happening as they try to move out and get away from harm's way. They were backstabbed in there with a complete squad, not even taking down one of the members of AXP. But as we can see, gunshots really magnets everyone or other teams out there, especially as they are trying to catch up the points. So we have the Conquerors right now who will move to that direction of the previous battle.
Conquerors, as usual, they try to conquer, but Vagabonds Esports, big engagement against Almighty Prime. We talked about how this is one of the teams that can shut down the Vagabonds Esports squad. But Blue, flanking around from the right-hand side. Too smart, bro. No information, but they play this to perfection. Blue disengages Yato from the other side. Vagabonds Esports and Almighty Prime peel away from each other. And we don't get to see that fantastic engagement.
Yeah, that could have been a good start for that engagement right now. But I think there's one thing that we really want to see, AJ.
That's a bigger one. Vagabonds Esports against Nomads. And they peel away from each other. Somebody, like, I give up, man. This is so frustrating.
Well, I guess they have been using that peeler so many times already. They peeled away a lot of gunfights, and I don't know how, like, when will they get to the scene wherein there's no peeling anymore, AJ?
Okay, this next engagement, at least against Team H, Armin and Rodzina, I highly doubt they'll peel away if they do spot them. Rodzina moving in slightly closer, inch by inch, out here in the snowy mountains. Yeah, Riley Esports, on the other hand, will be able to catch sight of AXP Kratos. High ground advantage, but Rold has got the tank to play around with. Not all the time you actually see someone bring the tank into play, but the attack, the plan is to take the airdrop, the pink one, and this is going to give them all of the guns that they have already modded out in that gunsmith. Let's see what they can play with it. Keys loses his life to the circle. It's a little unfortunate for 432.
4-3-2 right now. I mean, we'll not make it work in there on the gameplay as well as the rotation they have. We had a glimpse of them from Black Market, but this time the battle continues. Oh, head in there with a grenade, and there goes Rogue trying to Marceline out the sink. A little bit too much on accuracy, but that is what you want, especially as this team is gathering points all throughout just with the kill. So we'll have to see how much more damage can AXP put up into the fight, because in front of them or surrounding them is a different set of teams, and chances for them to kill them is possible.
Let's see what they can do here. The Eternals just constantly trying to tag up all of these players. They've already shut down the Four Kings. Now they want to shut down 420. Viper gets Zeus. That SMR is too spicy, Mizuki Cutie. Plus the Blink will be caught out as well. Everybody's playing this in the same style of Vagabonds Esports, Nomads, as well as Almighty Prime now. When they show that it is possible, everybody wants to take it. advantage. Bobby takes out Kimmy, but the damage has been done already. NRX 420 about to be toast as Raygun gets caught out in the open. Bobby, final survivor. Can he get away? He needs to. He desperately needs to retrieve that dog tag as well. But it looks like the game of survival is going to be so much more important for him. And I believe he has managed to get exactly that done. Please tell me that is true, because Team NRX 420, yes, they do have Raygun bleeding out, but Bobby has managed to disengage. And then the abysmal performance of NRX 420 still seems to continue here. But in the hands of the AXP Eternals, many teams facing the end of the round.
And the end of the round right now is not looking good, especially with how
bye,
NRX 420... Oh, my, there you have it. It's AXP and not only that, Cal in there. So with I think that was they were ended in there on the 13th spot, and another team, or 14th spot if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to find out and check later on. But a lot of engagement has been happening already as we are on the third phase. This is where a lot of teams usually pop off compared to AXP, who started off early into this game. And Pixie right now, surprisingly, being caught in there on the crossfire of Riley Esports from the window. So the opportunity for the kill might have been lost, but the information that has been gathered for Riley is prime for them to take this hit. But a lot of teams is also in here. Talking about Prime, Almighty Prime is in the crosshairs of AXP.
And the players of AXP Kratos, opportunity to perhaps down one of the best teams out there on the battlefield. But Almighty Prime, they don't look primed and ready for a battle just yet. Hanging by the edge of the cliff. They are not going to fall off anytime soon. They instead want to play the advantage against some of these other teams. Maybe allow Riley Esports to hop into this battle against the one and only AXP Kratos before they take advantage. Circle closing everyone in. It's still the third one. The fourth circle is just beyond us on the approach. Gray, Almighty Prime, they know AXP Kratos inside of that compound, but they do not want to take action just yet.
Almighty Prime right now just waiting for the perfect moment for them to strike, and as usual they get a location, a higher position against a different team. But this surprising that we see right now, it's Vagabond and Snowman's in here continuing on for the battle against Vagabond's Esports. But at this time, AJ, compared to what we've seen earlier, no one is winning from the gunfight. Everyone is just peeling out, and like I mentioned, they are getting into the bones right now because a lot of peeling from the skin to the meat, but still no one has been taken down. This time Almighty, a third or second time around that they will be meeting, and I will not be surprised if Almighty will be going away because they are aiming for that other win, the second win for today.
Almighty Prime, one more time. NRX 432 this time isn't going to be as lucky. They ain't no Vagabonds, Nomads, or Esports for Prime to back away from. They want to take a big fight against them off screen. A little bit of an engagement. Sekre drops Sucre. And it seems like Riley Esports, although they have that high ground advantage, just not able to catch out any Almighty Prime players just yet. Dre from afar, tagging up the player from the side of Riley Esports. Disengages, peels back towards the edge of the hill. Uses all of that boulder as a little bit of cover. And that's a good strategy coming through here for the players of Almighty Prime. One thing that can work against them is the fact that Vitality CL might be able to execute a backstab against them when they're least expecting it. Joker, one more shot! And Jace manages to get that knock. And the rest of the play is just not available to pick Joko up just yet.
Yeah, it's a 1-3 split right now for NRX 432, and with that grenade might be the end of Jokog at this point, but no, nothing yet on the kill feed in there. I think the get back from Jokog is part of this game plan, and it will work for NRX 432. And here we go, another teasing coming from both the teams of Vagabond, but it will not continue as Vagabond's Esports pull away. Vitality is sitting pretty in there on the other side, and Armament Zena this time will be a challenge for those in the top, and I think it's just waiting and getting the good position for the higher ground as they wait for the closing of this phase of the safe zone. And later on, with the 10 teams remaining, a lot of chaos might be ensuing, AJ.
Chaos indeed. Vagabonds Esports, no kills so far. You know how they like to take it slow, nice and easy towards that final circle before they pop off. Spotting out the players of the one and only Armin and Rodzina. Armin and Rodzina in a lot of trouble now, caught between the Conquerors and the Conquerors of the whole. Survivors Season 2. Blue manages to knock down Zamiru, taking that fight as well as kill instantaneously. Yato, on the other hand, manages to tag up all of those players and hack them through. No more visibility. You gotta now depend on your senses out there, your ears as well as your eyes. What they see, you gotta go in and strike down. What you hear, you gotta respond to. But Nomads, as they approach that high hill, Vagabonds Esports conveniently say bye-bye. We're gonna attack the players of the one and only Armin and Rodzina.
Yeah, and Armin and Rodzina will be the target in there, but as they go in for the approach, it is the Conquerors who they will need. And we also have AXP in there hanging back on the other side. I think Void is the only one remaining on this fight, and it's a good plan for him to really wait for the best moment to get the placement for this team. But Vagabonds and Nomads right now trying to chase down Vagabonds Esports, but a part of they are really not putting in the kills just yet because of the smokes right now that is covering this team. But a lot of teams are taking the high ground, and that is Riley, who have an opportunity to get the kills against both teams, and ENE Phoenix right now from this side. So as the safe zone closes, AJ, I think a lot more of kills will be gathered in here, and it is more favorable to Vagabonds Esports.
Luki spotting out S here as he ran straight towards him. Cortado, on the other hand, losing all of his armor, needs to go in for the prone, does exactly that, recovers just a little bit, but the whole squad of Vagabonds Esports on the way to snuff him out. Rel as well as Cortado stands up. Luki takes out Watts. Rel responds fantastically by shutting down Luki, but now what else can he do? 6 more players out there on the battlefield. He gets dropped, and Vagabonds Esports once again the victors of that final circle.
Yeah, I guess I call it wrong. Almighty Prime really has lost their chance in there, especially in the final moment wherein Vagabonds Esports is a complete squad. And apart from taking the high ground, understanding where the next phase of the safe zone will be coming up, that is one of the objectives and priority of Vagabonds Esports, which we've seen earlier, not really taking that much on engagement, not so much on the kills, because they know that we are, they have a chance in there on the final moment to get everyone off guard, especially once everyone is meeting on that last circle. So we'll have to see further as to what damage can Vagabonds Esports put in against the other teams right now, because they are getting close to that 200 point mark already. And I think, AJ, by the end of this game, they've already crossed that.
Most definitely crossed that already, but I just want to say this is an opportunity for a lot of them to really build some respect for themselves. And not everybody is doing exactly that. Vagabonds Esports, final circle domination, picking up a total of 12 kills in here for themselves. Fantastic approach, and 12 kills plus the 10 available from that placement points will give them that extra bit of boost to continue dominating the competition as a whole. We told you guys that they've got their left hands on the majority of the prize pool, the lion's share, that $500,000 pesos. And it looks like ever so slowly, the second hand is reaching out towards that as well. Riley Esports, on the other hand, we asked for them to challenge for that final circle. We asked for them to step their own pace up, and they do exactly that. 7 kills they managed to slay overall in this lobby, together with the 6 that they take from the placement. Solid 13 points picked up. And on the side of Almighty Prime, a total of 8 kills and the 3rd spot. Nomads, on the other hand, a little bit of a down performance, but it doesn't really matter. They still managed to squeeze into that final.
Esports, Almighty Prime, as well as Vagabonds Nomads, they are the ones on top of our leaderboards right now. So if you want to step in there, you need to take, or you need these teams to be taken out early into the fight. But speaking of survivability, even of the challenge of a black market earlier on, ABC Mystic managed to survive that, but with only 1 kill coming from Cal, not so much, and the points will be gathered by the team. AXP, on the other hand, AXP Kratos, 4 kills to their name, and the points that they will be getting on that 7th spot. But as we can see here, deeper down, into this last two teams of 8 and 9. We're getting a lot of kills, 10 points from the Conquerors right now, plus one additional point for the placement. Unfortunate for Armament Rosina, they have a lot of kills as well, but no placement for their team on the 9th spot.
Ninth spot is good for Armin and Rodzina. I really like the fact that Cookie's slowly waking up, but him, just going through this process of awakening doesn't seem to be helping Armin and Rodzina up the leaderboard all that too much at all. But I'm quite surprised to see Conquerors conquer quite a bit of slays out there on the battlefield. 11 points taken away from this round. I would say that's not too shabby at all. They have pretty much outdone the performances of ABC Mystic as well as ENE, who managed to pick up that 6th and 5th spot. But as we continue to scroll down here on the leaderboard, a lot to talk about. But the question is, do we have more kills to help those teams continue sustaining their pacing towards the top of the leaderboard, where everything already seems predetermined at the top? At the very least, these teams can make a play for a little bit of shuffling towards that mid-segment of that overall leaderboard.
And that's one thing when you are left the last day and you don't have that much on the points, a lot of effort is required for you to really catch up on the points and get higher onto that overall leaderboard by the end of the competition. Because the higher you get, the higher prize pool you get. And like I mentioned, what they're aiming for, what they need to be aiming for is the left side of the visuals that we have on that prize pool. But if gameplay as well as mechanical skills is not working for them, at least the higher bit of those in the right side of that prize pool will be taken by this team. But as we wait for the next set of teams, oh, there you have it. We have Vitality right now in here, 0 kills to their name. So with a placement point that they will get, that will be 0 plus 0 equals 0. And there you have it. Vitality doesn't have a scores right now at this point, and at least a good point in there for NRX 432 with 1 coming from Halo.
That's a very interesting attacking power here from Dream M3 AXP Eternals. Although they do serve up a massive number of kills down there at the 14th spot, how did they even farm all of these slays and then still get taken out of the 14th spot? I am a little confused, but I guess those kills came through the Forkings for sure. NRX 420, they got caught in their crosshairs as well. But where did the rest of those slays come through? I don't care, but AXP Eternals is doing so much in this round. But Bobby stepping up for 420 as well, managing to pick up 4 kills, 3 from the other team members for a total of 7 points out of this lobby. Vidas, unfortunately, down at the bottom 16th spot, takes nothing back with them.
And this one thing that I think AXP was taking advantage of. They're not really eliminating a squad completely. Thus, some of the team members, they can take advantage of the revive that is happening. All you have to do is look up the moment the timer comes down, and if it's near from your area, then you might be able to take the kills easy without any fireback coming from those who are coming back from the revive flood. And that is a possibility. Imagine, that is 11 kills just for AXP. And I think the same happened apart from Four Kings. It is ABC Mystic from Black Market, and only a few remain in there. So a lot more has been happening, especially with the revive system that we have in game, AJ.
Revival system that we do have in game can perhaps be played well if you can get to those dog tags. Like what we saw earlier on, the players of AXP Eternals, they were popping off left, right, center, man. Nobody could stand in front of them and manage to sneak away at all. And when we saw Pabi out there on the battlefield surviving, he did try to get the dog tags of his team members right back, but out of nowhere, the players of ABC Mystic appeared, and that one SMRS shot took the poor boy out of the equation. Bobby must have felt really bad after that, because what a way to die, right? You are tasked to take that dog tag back, you disengage, you did everything right, only for an SMRS to take you down. A little unfortunate, but that's the fate of NRX 420 this time round. But hopefully they take this as a good lesson as well as a good challenge to continue working hard, to continue focusing on their strengths out there instead of their weaknesses, and come back through in Garena Survivors 3 a little bit more stronger, a little bit more ready for the kind of firepower they face out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, because we've talked about that even before they jump in semifinals, plans need to be put into play from plan A to plan Z, so that once you jump into the battle, something breaks down, there's a plan for you to turn it back around to your favor. And that is what we've seen from the other teams out here, especially for Vagabonds Esports. We've seen them change their ways for at some point passive and then later aggressive for some of the semifinals that we've seen, and even from these days of the finals, there are some aggressiveness coming from them. So they are, like, I would say, copying or probably borrowing a
Yeah.
play from their brothers, the Nomads. Because when we talk about Vagabonds, when we come to aggression, it is Vagabonds Nomads that comes in mind. But this
Yeah.
time, it is Vagabonds Esports right now showing a little bit of aggression. Thus, even if they're left at the bottom of that post game, they are still getting a lot of kills.
A lot of kills is exactly what the whole Vagabonds brand is known about, and they continue to go out there and absolutely slay out the competition. And consistency is key. It's something that we look for all the time. And unfortunately for the rest of the players, rest of the brands out there, Vagabonds Esports is here to stay, slay, dominate, and conquer the competition. Nobody else has anything on them. I thought Almighty Prime might have an opportunity, but even earlier, brother, they just saw them and they're like, okay, maybe not. Not today. Not this round. And they went the other way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of potential engagement that's happening, but I think it's more of the objective, the target that they have. They want to live longer in there, and knowing that there's team from the left, team from the right. If you manage to fight back the ones on the left, then the other one will third party you, and vice versa. So all they have to do is pull out, get a better position, and the best position was taken by Vagabonds Esports, the high ground. But earlier, before that, one reason why they pulled one possible reason why Vagabonds Esports pulled out from Vagabonds Nomads, because the Nomads are the top of that huge hill wherein there's not much visibility for the side of Vagabonds Esports. So all they have to do is, you got a hill, we'll get a bigger one and then take it down later on.
Okay. And they seem to have had the right strategy to be played all the way towards that final circle, because if it was not for the strategy of backing away from an advantageous position, Vagabonds Nomads would have very easily been able to take them out of the equation and perhaps even moved on to that final circle as the winners. So good decision making overall by Vagabonds Esports so that they can pick up that number one spot in a most dominating fashion. But it was also the engagement against the players of Armin and Rodzina earlier on, right? Just back-to-back, gunshots against them, all of the snipers as well as the assault rifle players on the side of Vagabonds Esports, just focusing their fire down onto a small segment of the map. And unfortunate for Armin and Rodzina, they had barely any cover in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, out of the open area from that final, it's only boulders and hills that provide you some cover. Like it's quite rare that we see a few teams, especially with less than 4 members, survive that, because most of the time we have some teams who are, as we mentioned, taking the high ground, especially in fifth phase. This is one important thing that I've seen earlier. In the fifth phase, those on higher ground usually look across and not so much near them, and it's just a matter of taking roles as to what is your position in this FPP mode, because it's less visibility for everyone. So if your position is a sniper or with a long range AR, then you can look across the map and gun down those who are coming from the edge of the safe zone, and then later on focus on rotation, and that's when you can get some teams off guard and clean them out as you approach.
Yeah, and cleaning people out is one of the specialities for some of the top teams in the competition. They know how to engage, but when you talk about strategy, when you talk about when's the right time to approach a certain fight, when is the wrong time to get yourself into an engagement, these are the points that the teams have to really focus on and make that one wrong move, make that wrong decision, and you are toast. You lose your opportunity to continue dominating the competition. And even Vagabonds Esports understands that every single time they drop the ball, they are going to get punished. They are going to see teams catch up with them. If it's not Nomads, it's going to be Prime this time around, because Prime are getting so much more closer already to overtaking Nomads. But thankfully, with this win that Vagabonds Esports has taken, they have put that close to elusive 50-point gap between themselves as well as Vagabonds Nomads, Neptune.
Yeah, it is one thing that we often see out of Vagabonds Esports. They're not comfortable if the lead
Yeah.
is not that much. Like once they get the lead smaller, then they get uncomfortable, and this is not nothing that is taken against the tactics of Vagabonds Esports. Once they get uncomfortable, they become better, and that's what's surprising about this team. Like they know that a lot of teams are catching up in terms of points. They get uncomfortable of the position, and they might be caught off guard in there, being taken out of number one, and then they become better. And like that is one thing, the fight or flight, AJ, that we often see from some of the teams, especially in last days of competitions.
In the last day of the competition, where the stakes are at an all-time high, we just need to figure out exactly how some of these teams are getting that extra bit of information that helps them get that extra leeway over some of the other squads, right? Because it's a game of information at the end of the day, Neptune. The more info that you have over them, the more you will be able to dominate some of these teams out there, which is the main reason why we usually see Vagabonds Esports taking the high ground advantage, putting it to the best of use. And Riley, this time round, didn't really have to attack any high ground for themselves, because it was all out flat. Just a little bit of a drop-off at the very side of the hill that allowed Riley Esports to take that prone and hide away and hope and pray that Vagabonds Esports does not find them. But they used that situation to their best of ability, but they were the only two teams left in that equation. So they couldn't really overcome the might of Vagabonds Esports. And if you take a look at the information Vagabonds Esports is able to collect in that final circle, they just have to look one way. They know there's just two squads left. And the probability of this team that they are going up against splitting final circle isn't all that too great. They look up, they find nobody. Obviously, they're on the other side of the circle. And Riley Esports just got wiped out a little too prematurely. And they might have been able to perhaps fight a little bit back, but this was a game of numbers at the end of the day as well. So unfortunate for them, Vagabonds Esports are going to continue dominating all the way through. This is the third match of the day as we hop into Isolated. It'll be the final Isolated game we see at the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and for those who are only doing well in Isolated, well, hopefully they do well this time, because as AJ mentioned, the final Isolated match in the grand finals, and we will be heading to Blackout later on, and a lot of teams has greater advantage there compared to most of the teams in here in Isolated. But drop points, as we usually talk about it, we still have Four Kings in there, New Vision City. This time, like for the first round, it worked for them. For the second round, not really so much. So hopefully it will they will be able to get good rotations, and the RNG gods will give other teams as well those advantage to meet up later on a little bit to like early before the third, fourth phase of the round. Because once everyone is in there, like say 12 teams, 10 teams by the fourth phase of the safe zone, it will just be a killing spree for those who have the high ground advantage or any other advantage positioning wise, as well as mechanical skills wise, to get all those slays, AJ.
Let's see what they can make out of this. AXP Kratos. Hot drop against HGE. Clyde takes down the Butcher. 4-3-2 with the standard process. I want to see them take down more players, more of those squads out there on the battlefield. But I don't know if 4-3-2 is ready for that sort of action in the competition just yet. How appreciative they would be if, taking down the Butcher gave you a couple of kill points or something, man. They'll be one of the best teams out there on the battlefield.
I mean,
previously on a previous competition though, you've seen the gonna Butcher usually pulls in. It's like an airdrop.
Yeah.
At some point it pulls in other teams knowing that, oh, a team is in there, NRX 432 is in there, let's fly in through and take them out. Even if they have the Butcher, we have good mechanical skills, and that's where engagement happening.
Yeah.
But this time none of that is happening. None of the teams really steps into the farm anymore apart from NRX 432, and it is now left to rotation that they have to take, and probably hoping that not only not two teams will be in that rotation. And if that is the case, then NRX 432 could have given us a better show if in case it's early engagement that they want to show this time. But so far from the performance that we've seen from NRX 432, it's a lot more tweaking that needs to happen. AJ.
Oh, smart play by Ninja, quickly sliding off the top of the roof here just so that he doesn't get taken down, but the damage has already been done. The first strike by Kratos to take down one player, but Matoy is traded out by Maui from across Elm. The LMG just kind of doing a lot of damage there. Trevor making his way across. This is getting a little scrappy. Both teams try to spot each other out. Maui's looking the wrong way. He's looking at his own team member instead of trying to focus on find the rest of the players out there. The battlefield from the side of AXP. Kratos, Ninja right in front. Maui, opportunity, and he spots Ninja right in front. Ninja with the slide, but Maui helped out by the one and only Elms, and Ninja gets struck down. Fantastic recovery here by HGE.
And here comes Maui right now with a spray, and when we thought that hit for the PKM will not be damaging, it's more of the damage that they can put into, as well as the communication in there for the follow-up. And speaking of follow-up, Trevor in there cut on the exit will be taken down, and one team will be out of the game. It's only in the name of Crayons that will be traded in here, and a good advantage of Vitality to take in this game.
Yeah, but they cannot pause, they cannot slow down, they just need to continue forging on forward, flanking from the left and right side. The probability of catching out all of these players now from the side of HGD 11 Kratos is now so much higher. Smoke bomb popped out, premature smoke bomb, I have to say. Vitality CL just making a small mistake with that attack. Vagabond Snowmax drops by to farm a couple of kills as well, and this is just deep into the compound of Vitality, allowing HG to get away. Vitality bites the dust as Vagabond Snowmax eat them alive.
Vitality right now only Shy in there being sighted, and the question was planning here. A lot of shots right now coming from Pugs, so not quite sure if it's only from our visuals or from the teams, but there you go. I think it has been fixed already. But Virus, on the other hand, just running in towards the door, taking down Shy at this point. But we're still left with 15 teams, so I think a few more Paul will still be alive and trying to hide out. But with how can Vagabonds and Nomads know them that they are here? Probably it's because the last known location of this team. And the footsteps as well, gunshots that has been fired earlier on. Smokes will help them with the visibility in this fight, AJ.
Let's see what can happen now as all of these players try to circle around. Travis finds Paul. Nomads ate them all up alive. And nothing else here for Vitality CL to pull away from. They wanted to take advantage, but they got taken advantage of.
And AXP, we didn't see AXP Greatest in this fight, so they were able to get away. And for those who are trying their best to catch up, they were the ones caught off guard. So we had no visibility as to where AXP Kratos went to, but from the number of kills that the Vagabonds and Nomads had, it's only 4 points. So that only means they only eliminated one squad from that fight, AJ.
One, and that's enough for the time being. Riley Esports, on the other hand, across to inside of the vehicle. Watts hops on in as well. I love it when the team members just knock you with a car, but you're able to just hop on inside very quickly. Assassin though, Blue Jackals takes down the chopper at the very same time. A thing of beauty. I'm glad we saw that on screen.
It's rare, and we see that on screen, and that is one thing that we really love to see. The highlights of the game, taking on the Jackal at this point. You know, AJ, it's very difficult to explode the Jackal But we'll have to find out how well the other teams can do that as well. We've seen this before, but how will this end? That is a question, because from the previous round, though there is a opportunity for Vagabonds, Nomads, and Almighty to take down either one, that has been left cold out there waiting, AJ.
Let's see, Kimmy, as Dre and Sacred unfortunately lose their lives prematurely out there in the battlefield. Vehicle explodes. Nomads in that slow approach as AXP Eternal. I mean, this team has really been popping off, haven't they, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, I think they understand the rotations of the team, especially for the 2 days already of the finals. They know the rotation of the team as well, and with the firepower that they can get from this arsenal that they have, then they will be able to fight back. As you can see, a little bit of exchange out there of the weapons as well as the mods to get them a little bit more, because this is what they're aiming for. This is what they want right now. A lot of slays, regardless of what placement they get, at least they were able to get the points from the kills, AJ.
So far 2 kills, but the kind of location that they're holding on to now, nobody else to punish around the vicinity. Nomads, I believe, just beyond this compound. And AXP just have to be really careful with this engagement. 4 Kings on the other hand, big fight against NRX 420. Pabi trying to fight back, but the roof taken up by Nagy. Nagy tries to recover a little bit of his armor. Nobody else taking advantage. Zeus has 1 player drop right in front of him, but they recover. They back away. 4 Kings versus 420. Who's going to be able to get out of this engagement without losing a lot of their honor? Instinct shuts down Pabi. Zeus eaten up as well. Raygun responds, but Zeus gets traded out. Pabi the only one bleeding now. Blink and Raygun have an opportunity to recover. It's a 3v2 as Blink goes down as well. The AK-47 from Pride as frightening as always. Raygun with the backstab, but everybody else catches him out. Get out of there, Raygun, if you know exactly what's good for you. But the 4 Kings already on the way to shut him down. They are on the hunt, as you can see right behind him. They're all on here for the play, but a smart disengagement by Raygun as he pops those smokes. And 4 Kings allow NRX 420 to live another second.
And I think the reason for that is because we pointed out so many times that when they stay outside of the safe zone, caught off guard, and they're trying to catch up onto the next phase, then they will be backstab or probably gatekeep. And I think it's only a few seconds remaining. Thus, the decision is quite good for the 4 Kings. But the opportunity to get that kill and eliminate the NRX 420 is also prime, and also like to the location, the positioning of 4 Kings. Though some of the teams of 4 Kings fell off from that roof, one remains in there, and Instinct is the one who just sprayed out against those unsuspecting members with a smoke, and MSMC just take down 2 of the members from that fight.
Rogue unfortunately eliminates himself from the equation outside of the circle. Viper, on the other hand, trying to take advantage of the Conquerors. Sekre, Desync, knows exactly where he's getting away to, and will move in for the fight. The chase is on. He maneuvers around just to cut off the approach of Sekre towards this next compound. And Desync, he hits that rewind. Sekre still is gonna be found. I don't know how is Desync doing this, but he will get to the Jackal first before Sekre. And he's anticipating Sekre to make that approach. Quickly reloads as well, just in case. And takes it up into the air. This is the Jackal, FHJ. And he loses the Jackal.
Well, it's a smart move from him to reload first, because most of the time, if you're not that well in control of a Jackal, you will jump up against the enemy. And if you don't have that reloaded, you will just go bang and you're dead.
Let's see what does Nomads have in store for us. 4 kills already out there on the battlefield, and now XP Eternals in front of them. I think this might be a good engagement between Nomads and Eternals. They seem to be fighting on equal grounds with the way they're playing at the moment. But that's not an engagement Nomads will end up in. Mystic will be lucky if the Nomads does not spot them out. Kill, on the other hand, taken down. And the Vita squad, 1 by 1, they engage with the 4 Kings, but Negi and Fright, they return fire. Vita's in a lot of trouble.
And Vita's right now is in here firing back. Ha ha ha, will be laughing off with that Jack. And Instinct right now is down for the count. But the opportunity for Nega right now in here from the other side. M4 in hand, vehicle to get those dog tags into play as Fright goes in for the chase. A quick rewind right now to get away. And as we mentioned earlier, they need not to make the same mistake for this fight to stay outside of safe zone that long. But with Negi out, dog tag taken, it might take a while before the rest of the teams will be scanned. But the rewind is here to the rescue. Hopefully he'll be able to make it through, AJ.
Nash, Merc taken out. Circle is the first one to knock Merc down onto the ground, and then Nash, of course, finishes him off. Outside of the circle, not something that Nash will have to worry about too much because of how low the damage is when you are outside of the circle. This is just the third one, so by the time Nash gets back in, he should be more than okay to take on yet another engagement. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Nobody else is in front of Vagabonds Esports. And the luck will continue for this squad. 3 kills in here so far. They want to grab so much more, but they need to find someone out there first. One Jackal above them out there in the air for the shots, but Vagabond Snowman's not going to be tickled by that at all. Conquerors, on the other hand, they have to be really careful because Almighty Prime might be able to do a number on them.
Yeah, Almighty Prime right now already in the high ground. It's a prime location for them. And there goes the shots from the other side. It is AXP Eternals. And we know AXP Eternals, once they spot an enemy, they will try to get the slays and the kills for them. And it's with 5 already, it's not so much. They need to get more. They're hungry to get for those kills. And they were beaten to it. It was Cookie from the other side of the map. Takes down a chase, and I think the approach of AXP will be cut short because they have seen a different team trying to challenge this team that they want to get into. And Cookie from the other side still making that chase with that crosshair. Quasi will be caught off guard, taken out of this game, but it is Pogs who finish off Dre in there from this fight.
Good play. Let's see them circle around Cookie. This is Armin and Rodzina. This guy has been quite phenomenal with his performance, but you can't shoot a rock, Cookie. You gotta look for a player instead. Tries to spot out all of the areas, but not so sure exactly why he was trying to aim at that rock. As the players now move on ahead, this is gonna be a problem. Sees the airdrop there.
That was one reason, AJ.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're out in there in the open, there's not much loot that you have. That's one possible reason, because this is where most of the takedowns happen, and you can get the loot out in there. With the M4 as well as M21 EBR, I don't think this is the firepower that AR Cookie is asking for. Thus, he might be looking for a different gun to use, or probably a lot of loot to arm him up, because a lot of engagement is required for Armin Rodzina to get higher into leaderboards. But with against the 4 Kings Aces in terms of points, not so much, so they can get it probably from this round.
Riley Kataro, beautiful spots as he burns the one and only burn. Armin and Rodzina Cookie, big fight coming through. Riley Esports spotted up in his crosshair already. HED11 taking on that fight, but Maui loses his life. Crayon returns fire, and we see it all through the crosshairs of Cookie, who's trying to take advantage, but no shots released out just yet. Finally engages Kotaro. One more shot, Cookie. Perfection gets Kotaro down onto the ground. And Cookie should be able to play this to perfection now. One grenade out of nowhere takes him out of the equation. Brawl and Watts trying to play this game of survival. But Armin and Rodzina has them cornered already. Watts returning fire. Cookie doing the exact same thing as well. And now it is up to HGD11 Kratos to finish off the players of Riley Esports with a well-placed backstab. Ainra down on the ground. But Armin and Rodzina are the ones who we should be watching now. And a nade out of nowhere.
Yeah, and we have Watch right now, probably to thank for that, but Cookie right now still trying to take shots against Watts, and well, I really like to get the attachment that he has on that M21 EBR, because as we mentioned, that M21 EBR not providing a lot of damage in long distance, but this time it only takes a few shots from Cookie. Well, accuracy per se, I might not be able to do that, but at least I have a fighting chance if I have that attachment, AJ.
Yeah, and let me see exactly how they're gonna be pulling this off. Because end of the fourth circle as it approaches, pushing us into the fifth. There are just way too many teams still alive and kicking out there. In fact, 50% still alive out, but in just 12 teams. The rest of those dog tags can be retrieved. Big fight. Vagabonds Nomads, Vagabonds Esports, both spotting out each other. Cluster will push Yato and Nash back just a little bit, but Yato, as he brings forth the aggression in here, Nomads should be able to take this, but Esir shuts down Blue out in the open. That engagement finally happens, and once again, Nomads should be able to conquer their big brothers. It's all about how they approach this fight now. Travis is praying and praying, but there's nobody in front of you, Travis. Get up on that hill and fire back at the players of Vagabond Esports. This is the Nomads now, taking full advantage of this circle. Just praying and praying all the way through. I don't know what Travis is doing.
I think a trigger might have been stuck in there. The button might have been stuck because of all the pressure, because of all the heat that they're getting in here on this fight. Travis right now, and it's one thing, probably those markers, from the mods and pickups that can be done. It might look like a trap for them, so try to shoot them down. That is like one thing that they can think of.
I'm surprised Vagabonds Esports actually peeled away from that engagement instead of just going ham against their little brothers. At the very least, for a little bit of revenge for that previous engagement. But Joko is dead, gets taken down by Kimish. It's going to be Cookie as well. Everybody's going in after Nomads. Finally, Riley Esports notices that they are in the exact same compound. Starts firing at them. What's taken out? Good retaliation by Esir. Vagabonds Nomads engaging with Riley. Viper on the other hand, trying to shut down NRX 432. Keys very smartly manages to duck behind a boulder, but a nade being charged up. Glide as well as Keys needs to get away. Keys is super low on that HP, manages to slide away at the very perfect time, and now that smoke will help them just recover a little bit as it forces the players to back away ever so slowly. Esir as well as Fox together, both of them now try to take out Riley Esports from this equation, but those shots not really connecting with this mid-range attack. A little bit different from what we've been seeing out of Nomads for the past days. Oh, wow.
And
wow.
What a flick in there. Oh my goodness. Pogs in there, first he was shooting with teammates, and then later on flicks in there, taking on Rald, and I think a little bit of damage has been done as well by SR, and we'll have to see how much more this dynamic duo do, because so far for a complete squad, 16 kills already has been gathered. Now Pogs as the hacker have a visibility on how many teams are in here, but I don't think it can fit all 15 soldiers in here, or let's say 11 soldiers in that small monitor that they have as a hacker.
Yeah, here comes Pogs. I mean, he already hacked the game earlier on, so he needs to wait for that refresh. So the timing can't be worse for Pogs. Behind the tower, Shu sitting down on top. ABC Mystic trying to play the game of survival. Good on them. ENE ever so slowly approaching this final circle. And Vagabonds Nomads right in front of them. Good cluster played by Assassin. Can he find anyone? Doesn't tag up a single player at all. Esir, he slowly trails away. Vagabonds Esports no longer surviving in this final circle, but Nyx finds Assassin, puts him out of his misery. Armin and Rodzina taking on ENE, and Vagabonds Nomads sitting out of all of these fights. They just want the final battle, final victory, 10 points from placement.
And here we go. We have Armin, Rosina, KKPG going in for the battle outside as they spot Vitality as well as ENE. But the jump on by ABC was able to give it a little bit of distraction. But as we see AJ, Armin, Rosina in here, not just getting kills, but as well as getting wins in this final match, the final game in Isolated for today, AJ.
Finally, Armin and Rodzina steps up to the plate, grabs a solid victory for themselves, and that's exactly what we like seeing for the competition, right? Some of the other teams stepping up to the plate as well to show us that they can dominate the grand finals, even though just a little bit, because so far it's just been an all-out Nomads, Vagabonds Esports, and AMT Prime showing at the grand finals. We want to see a little bit more from the other teams. We understand that it's a lot to ask for, but at the end of the day, as long as they can continue fighting for the top spot, moments like these are going to be possible for some of the other brands, even though the number one spot is just a little bit too far, Neptune.
And it's one thing that we usually act for the teams. Even if you're not in there gunning for the top spot, at least bring yourselves in a good way that you engage well, survive well in the battle. Give them, I would say, probably not number one spot as a legacy or the championship as a legacy, but a legacy of not giving up. And I think Armando Zena, as not giving up from this engagement, was able to show up in here slowly. But as you can see from the kills, Cookie is back on KKPG as well with the two of them. That's 12 already, a total of 14 in the kills plus the additional 10 on that placement. That is a 24 and not too bad for the teams of AR.
Yeah, Amran Rodzina doing a lot out there this time around. Superb plays, 14 kills, 24 points. First time, I believe, Amran Rodzina is hitting such high notes in the competition. I like that. I want to see more teams step up to the exact same pace as well. 8 points in total taken by the players of ENE Phoenix, on the other hand, down here at that second spot. And ABC Mystic playing purely the game of placement points. Good on them. That was a good strategy. And that's what we're talking about, right? Get into those high grounds and find that momentum for yourself. But Vagabond's Nomads pretty much ruled that circle. Let's see exactly how many kills do we have in Pusangala.
19, I think.
It was a little bit
I think that was
quick.
19 on that point, AJ.
Yeah. Man, it looks like we're trying to cut down some of the time in here on the broadcast. We're on to that replay already. And it was quite chaotic, man, in this final circle. But Amran Rodzina, not Amran Rodzina, the players of AXP Eternals really were taking the fight up to so many of those teams earlier on. And it was quite a good performance from them in terms of the number of kills they managed to pick up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they understand the strengths that they have. It is the slay capability that they have. And placement point, I think they already considered that they won't be able to survive. And all they can do is make the damage as much as possible within the early parts of the game, thus getting a lot more of kills. And so far, it brought them to a good position onto the leaderboards just with that slays. And
Yeah.
as much as we ask them to think otherwise, I think this is more of self-awareness for AXP Eternals.
Yeah, I don't think we are watching a replay. I think we are watching the broadcast that's actually live on stream at the moment. I don't know what is happening, but yeah, I don't think this is a replay. I think we are watching the live stream. Let me tell production.
The last moments.
You continue, Neptune.
Yeah. Well, at least we have a replay from a few minutes ago. And how much more can this loop, because we just ended earlier and it was not like in the same time as the final moments that we have, so it will loop afterwards. So hopefully we will see a little bit more in there. And well, for that game, I would say Armando Zena, finally, as we mentioned, we are seeing them pop off, taking a win in this match. And though we don't have the post-game breakdown, I'm just waiting for how much scores they have. And I think from background, AJ, is being gathered as well. So we can provide that insight once the stream has catch up to that final moment, as well as to the post-game, where it's going to switch over to the actual scores, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't mind watching exactly how this final engagement went down. Although there wasn't much fishy activity, I guess, that we have to reanalyze. Not from this round, at least. Cookie, as he tried to straggle around. Sankala, this is this is the exact replay of the final moments of the previous matchup. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Clearly, we are having a little bit of technical difficulty that we're trying to recover from here. But I don't know, what are we going to see after this? After this, we go back to the screen.
And then post-game breakdown afterwards.
Yeah, post-game breakdown. So I guess we get more time with the post-game breakdown this time, but we will be looking at the post-game breakdown that we've already seen and not the other scores that we did not see. And if it actually loops on again, no.
There you have it.
Yeah, my
that's
stream
the answer.
died. Yeah.
That's the answer. Nothing's coming up right now. So, well, I guess, guys, for those, if we're still live, and for those of you watching right now, please bear with us. Like I mentioned, at least, AJ,
Yeah.
this happened after the whole round. and we like for everything else in between the round, we can just talk through it from what happened earlier. Like we've seen how Armin Rosina ended that not only once but twice,
Yep.
AJ. So at least we have an idea on how they were able to finish, even if AXP is in there getting a lot of slays.
Yeah, I mean, AXP was just on fire, man. But Armin and Rodzina, we've been waiting for Cookie to wake up for the longest of time now. And I feel like he is finally reaching the kind of performance where he has shown us in the past he is capable of. I believe 7 kills he managed to pick up on that previous round. And that's good for him, right? It's good overall for Armin and Rodzina, because if you look at them, they were, I believe, in the 9th or 10th spot earlier on. They will be able to climb up a little bit. They will be able to find the 4 kings. And unfortunately, I really do not know if or not you guys are going to be seeing the black screen that we are looking at. But I hope you have got like some sort of graphics on your side, because Neptune and I are kind of working blind here. Once again, we do apologize for the unfortunate technical difficulties we have to go through on this broadcast, but we will try to fix it as quick as possible.
Okay, so I guess it's only us that is definitely getting a different view. So for those of you watching right now and here, seeing all the post game breakdown, there's not much that we can talk about that because we don't have visibility at this point. But so far, we can just go through all those points right now, and you can check out like who will take the lead. Because AJ, for me, I've already gotten the details from back end. Thankful to our production side and also our stats people who's working on it, and I have a view as well on how the calculation work, and we will give them that preview later on once we get to the overall standing.
We will, but for the time being, Neptune and I are just going to go podcast version on you guys. As we don't know exactly what sort of graphics you guys can see on your side. But overall performance, especially from a team like ABC Mystic to play the game of survival, if only this was a setup on that previous formatting where you get a lot more of those placement points, this would have served up Mystic a little bit better.
Point, then they might have a chance to get those kills, but this time I think they were cut short in there. And we are seeing now the scores, AJ, and well, as we can see, ABC Mystic in there on 3rd spot, no kills. But as we look here at the bottom, we mentioned how many slays has been done by AXP Eternals, and that is a lot coming from the 10th spot. But another team in here, probably it's because with the takedown of NRX 420, Vitas was able to get 7 kills from the slays.
7 kills coming through from Vitas is something that's very impressive. And if you look at the team of Dow Conquerors here, unfortunately, they couldn't conquer much, including their fears out there on the battlefield. They were just a little too scared to take those engagements, and they were punished for it overall. The 4 Kings, on the other hand, down at the 13th spot, no placement points, but the 4 kills from Fright and Instinct definitely serves them well. Almighty Prime, I mean, I don't know what to make of their performance and then non-performance, performance and non-performance. At the moment, they are pretty much just working on the pace of Vagabonds Esports and Nomads, but just the worst kind of version in comparison to them. NRX 420, Raygun, the only one who managed to secure a kill. But down at the 15th spot, the 420 brand still don't look all that too flashy out there in the competition.
Yeah, though they have a good chance of engaging early part of this game, but they've lost position as well as domination of that area they were on. And at some point, it throws off the tactics from this game. And with all, like, I think a lot of pressure is on them already.
Yep.
Not only as they're not performing, a lot of fans out there asking for a great performance. Even us, we're asking for great performance from NRX 420. But so far, with that lot of pressure, even great teams will be breaking down in terms of translating that into a win. So I do understand, and as well, we pointed out, like, For instance, a Blink, who has a focus for a long time in content creation and not so much in getting into the scrims and tournaments. So there's a little bit of, I would say, disconnect in terms of rotation and communication from this team. So hopefully, by the next time that we see them on the battlefield, they will be better. They will be showing us the NRX 420 that we know of, and who is performing well in competitions just like this, AJ.
Yeah, and we expect more of those teams to step up to the plate, take the fight up against teams like Almighty Prime, Vagabonds Esports, as well as Nomads overall. You guys might be seeing this for the second time, but Neptune and I are watching this for the third time over the replay, just to show you guys exactly how Armin and Rodazina managed to secure the final victory here in round number 3 at Isolated. And after this, we move on to Blackout, Neptune.
Yeah, and Blackout will change the tactics of the teams in here, because at some point, only a few are getting well in terms of points, especially the kills when it comes to Blackout. And that is one advantage that they have. But for those who's trying to catch up, this is not good news for them, AJ.
Yeah, it's not good news at all. And I feel like, these people are just going to continue to run away with the points. But we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, 3 back-to-back non-stop action at Blackout.
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
行くぞ。行くわよ。立ちこま、手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トグさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、移動中です。遅い。 そうささやくのよ。私のゴーストは。
立ちこま援護しろ。その調子だ立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Garena Survivors Season 2, titled Legacy, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. And this is the start of Blackout map, because earlier we've seen the first 3 isolated map in here, and way in the middle, AJ, we are seeing a lot of improvements from the teams, especially from the win that has been taken by Armand Radzina. For those of you who are just hopping in onto the stream right now, I am Neptune the General Garcia, and together with me is my dear friend, my brother Mustacho AJ, bringing the action to your screen, and a lot of action expected out here, AJ.
Armand Radzina seems to be a solid team that only wakes up sometimes, and we need them to wake up a lot more if we want to see anybody else contest that final hill. And I say final hill because I don't know if or not anybody can contest for that number 1 spot anymore already, Neptune. I mean, if you look at Riley Esports and where they are, they're close to what? About 60, 70 points away from getting to Vagabonds Esports. Nomads themselves are a solid close to 30, alongside Almighty Prime, who are 30 points away from the one and only Vagabonds Nomads. So a lot of points needed here for anybody to match up to the supremacy of Vagabonds Esports. Day number 1, I made the prediction that Vagabonds Esports had already stamped their name on that lion's share of the prize pool, 10,000 USD, and it just seems to be that way. Every single competition, they've guaranteed the top prize.
Well, only this time they started off early from day number 1, because from the previous one, like, it was slow. It doesn't look like that way, and that is when they started slow, like showing up later in the game. But this time, like from the start of the game with the lead that they have, then that is where they get a lot of points and made it difficult for the other teams to catch up.
In fact, actually, not just Vagabonds Esports, both Esports and Nomads did that both on day number 1 to shoot up to that number 1 and number 2 spots. I mean, it was just insane how they could, so swiftly execute this out there on the battlefield. But, for all of you guys, one thing that you have managed to execute is hitting that like and dropping that share as well. Thank you so much for your support. Here is your next redeem code. Get this redeemed as quickly as you can, the Silver Crate coupon. And if you want to unlock the Golden Crate coupon, hit that share. Get us up to 2,000 shares if you can. I know you can. And we will most definitely unlock that code by the next match. In fact, even before we hit that next match, we should be able to unlock it already, Neptune.
Yeah, why not? I mean, with a lot of fans out there really providing support were the teams that they're rooting for, and a lot of teams in there are already like giving out the best in this competition. Even the fans out there are giving out the best in the comment section. So why not put that into good use? Hit that like and share, spam that react actually, so that we can get more of the algorithm of the platform to the stream, AJ.
And there's a guy who keeps saying, like, screenshot my comment, Vagabonds Esports is going to win. First of all, Yes, we know Vagabonds Esports is going to win. Nobody else can challenge them. Second of all, haven't you commented the same thing 3 million times already? Brother, give us a break, man. I want to read the other comments, you and your spams. But the milestone that you guys have already screenshot, hopefully you get that redeemed, because I see some of you guys commenting that, it's not available. Don't scam your friends, because it is going to be available for you guys as long as you redeem it before this broadcast is all over. So everybody can be a happy child as long as you get the right code. Don't be copy-pasting wrong codes from the comment section, but watch this stream and get a screenshot and type it in yourself.
Yeah, I mean, they might be putting in the codes from yesterday, from the other days of the stream, and that will not work. That will bring in that result, that error on redemption. But I'm really, really excited to see on what will be happening onto the leaderboards once we see them. So let's see on what affected the rotation, the calculation in here for Armand Radzina, and we have them on number 5 on the leaderboards, pushing further down. Team Dow conquers and the rest of the teams. But it's not so much AJ. It's only a 2-point lead between Armand Radzina and Team Dow conquers. And consistency is being asked from the conquerors right now, similar from what we've seen from them so many times already.
I mean, first of all, can we talk about AXP Eternals and how succinct they have been out there on the battlefield in terms of nailing kills? Because with 19 placement points, this team can't do nothing in the final circle. Nothing, I tell you. But killing people out there on the battlefield, something that AXP Eternals does phenomenally well. We need to look back at all of the highlights of the kills of AXP Eternals once again to understand how they've been able to do this, which we most definitely will. But with all of those kills, they've managed to overtake 4 Kings Aces themselves. But, in all fair righteousness, 4 Kings Aces haven't really been the most consistent team in the competition, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the position that they are taking at some point, they're being caught off guard by the other teams. Yes, the ideation is they're starting off a little bit too far from the rest of the teams, getting the new Vision City from isolated, and then moving on forward to get the high ground. But on their approach, they are missing some points, which are the rotations of the other teams. So if in case you manage to fight it off against a team that can do well on close range engagement, then that would be a big mistake for them, because they need to put in a little bit of distance against them, and that is where we ask for Instinct. Instinct is a one guy with a snipe capability that can not only get the kills but also get the information, and the rest of the teams can just follow on the movement. And Fright, especially once Instinct says go, Fright can just go in there with the support of the rest of the teams like Kiel as well as Negi. Then they might be able to win a little bit more of those engagements.
Okay, here's what's going on, right? I think I am going to go and put my throat and my lungs on the line here and scream my heart out and hype up the final 3 matches of the day, because this is our Garena Survivors Season 2 that we're talking about. And I feel like some of the pacing out there from these teams can be picked up a little bit more. All of you guys in the audience, all you have to do is make sure you hit that like and share the stream out as well, so we drag in a bigger subset of our audience who will be able to enjoy all of the performance. And all I ask of the pro teams is for them to give us the best 3 Blackout matches that they have ever taken in their lives, not to take things, too aggressively out there as they drop in. Hopefully no hot drops in here. I think we started off the grand final so decently, no hot drops, barely any on the battlefield. And then everything just went into the trash. People just started bashing their heads up against each other, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the usual way. Because once you go into the finals, you should have done studying the drop points, and the hot drops will be missed in there. A lot of talking points can be done, but when they go into the engagement, especially for the final moment, it will just be chaos. Imagine, AJ, if I'm not mistaken, it's from most of the instances that we reach the 4th or 5th phase, still more than 10, if not 10, is taken that position. So, we'll have to find out how well can they do it in Blackout, because this is a huge enough map wherein they can take advantage of rotation, take a team off guard, get that vehicle, get that chopper to get those kills early into the game so that it will end up with only a few teams and a lot more of excitement because we can see a lot more of engagement closely and not switching back and forth, AJ.
Even the flight path is begging everyone to not take a hot drop against each other. But it looks like HGE D11 Kratos and AXP Kratos did not get the memo. Both squads rushing into estates. They think that that's the only chopper available in there. And they're not the only culprits. Look at the Four Kings Aces taking the hot drop against Riley Esports. Riley Esports of all teams. And one guy moves on to Asylum. The other guy from the side of Riley moves on to Train Station. All of these guys playing the most awkwardest of strategy at the very startup of our match in here, Neptune. And it feels like we're going to see a lot of kills from the very get-go.
Well, this is what we asked for. At least a few teams already only surviving in the final moment. And with all this engagement right now, we are seeing kills after kills. And I don't mind being confused at the start of the game, AJ. Because later on, where it really matters, I like to capture the best moment from the best perspective where there's only a few teams involved. And they can slay this time. And they can kill all they want right now, bringing down to, I think, the perfect is 6 teams in there. Because we can get a good hold of their position and the teams can apply the strategy better without a lot of confusion of all of the other teams in there just moving around, scrambling around, even with the vehicles might confuse us in their approach.
I do apologize because the code has expired. I have no idea what happened, guys. I did not scam you, okay? In fact, we all got scammed together. Do give us an opportunity to make this right. We will be getting you brand new codes because the code that we have already given you somehow seems to have expired. There you go. I've said it out loud and clear. Now production knows exactly what's the problem. They'll help us get onto it. We apologize. We did not mean to scam anyone, all right? But let us, whilst fixing this, hope and pray that Burn can fix his brother Maui as well as he gets tagged up. But dog tag has been turned out there on the battlefield. Someone else helped him. Trevor, on the other hand, as he tries to go in for the attack, Maui still in a lot of pain. He actually crawls out towards Trevor. I don't know what is happening here in the mind of Maui, but Trevor just goes in there for a quick tag, and Burn has the opportunity to either save or eliminate, but instead hacks. I love this plan, Neptune.
Yeah, I think what Maui is doing right now is buying some time for that hack to be available. And with that hack, it will confuse Trevor a little bit, not getting the footsteps of the enemy. And he also give them time for that pickup. And this is what's happening right now. Once they have recovered, the 1v2 will be ensuing. And Trevor might be in trouble, but not so much because the revive flight will be coming in. So they can risk everything because the rest of the teammates, most of their teammates are already alive. And even if they are down in here taken as a dog tag, they can still live on later.
And don't tell me they're going to hot drop right into this compound now. They're too far away. Oh, my Lord. I thought we were going to see more of this madness. But Trevor, he just skips and hops his way outside of the compound, not wanting to have anything to do with Armin and Rodzina. And the players of XP Kratos, on the other hand, sorry, HGE, not Armin and Rodzina. Kratos, on the other hand, they seem to be enjoying their looting process, but I think the time is ripe to take this story to a different squad altogether, Neptune.
Yeah, Vitas right now is in here from the turbine, a little bit spread too thin right now, and we're not seeing Meow on that Jackal. I think that we heard this already, but back in here where the engagement is happening, Void is trying to make this chopper explode, but made the mistake of staying in there a little bit longer. The jump is on, and where are the rest of the teammates? There goes Trevor being seen, and the shots right now from this team's back at it again between these two teams, AJ.
Yeah, Trevor, as he gets tagged up. I don't know exactly why they want to go back in here and re-engage. Like, I guess they heard me loud and clear. Mustasha, you wanted some action? Let us give you some action. Ninja! That's not allowed, bro. You can't have comedy moments like this. The guy's, he's confused. He's like, okay, wait. So where do I wait whilst I wait for my ninja to recharge? Ninja's now a little lost, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But Void, on the other hand, finds Maui, who skillfully takes a right turn and gets away.
Yeah, I was looking at Ninja earlier, and in my mind, I'm hearing the music. And here we go. The battle continues right now, and we are seeing Kill by Trevor. Burn will be burned right now, and AXP will be going for the rush. Another turnaround from this game. This time it's HGE on the shorter end, AJ.
Yeah, HGE, they want to get out of that. Ninja this time. He actually misses that shot. His opponent gets away. Trapwall finishes Albs off. Ninja having a terrible day out there on the battlefield, but I love it. This is just comedy gold right now, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a lot more exciting on this gameplay. I mean, it's a combination of a great gameplay, great comeback, even for that initial story. Great comeback, a little bit of comedy. It can be a movie overall, but a movie that cannot be done that easily is NRX 420 taking down the Nomads right now. One has been taken down. It is Pavi, and the rest of the teams is in here trying to fight back or probably get away from this engagement, knowing that they are against one of the top teams.
The Nomads, NRX 420, this time they eat it up. And Nomads asking the Mustachio this time round, you want a party? Here comes the one and only Nomads against NRX 420. Players drop down already. Did NRX 432 throw a bike at his face? Asir goes in for the knock. Instead traded out by Joko. Joko traded out by Virus. Nomads stepping in to say, you touch our brothers 120, we'll respond. Raygun on the other hand runs away. He says enough is enough. I gotta save myself and pick up the dog tags later on. Zeus on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, staying really quiet, and he needs to just keep that up because Vagabond's Nomads are not to be messed with. And he runs straight out.
But earlier, AJ, this could have been a four-way battle of brands because we've seen a glimpse of Vagabonds esports from the other side. So is NRX going against Vagabonds, but Glide will not be fighting back. And as you mentioned, AJ, going for the run.
There you go. Vagabonds esports on the other hand, they finish off NRX 420. But now, give me the fight I want to see. Nomad versus esports. This fight needs to happen, right? Make sure you happen, boys. No, you have got to be. This is the most cruel joke in the history of Call of Duty Mobile esports. The most cruel joke in the history of Garena Survivors.
Well, let's find out further. Because like there's a valid reason right now. The safe zone is coming in, thus everyone will be moving out. But there's no reason in here as this team of HGE and AXP are still alive, giving ENE the opportunity to end the story right here for the longest time, for 9 minutes, AJ. From the start of the game, these two teams of AXP and HGE has just been playing and toying around, but ENE Phoenix had it. They just want to complete this fight, AJ, and we really love to see how much more ENE Phoenix has in this game because they are the slayers of the semifinals, and a lot more can be brought in by the ENE Phoenix.
And at this point, I think the Vagabond's brand itself is just trying to tilt the Mustachio on broadcast. I want to see it, man. I mean, that fight, I've been waiting for it for such a long time, and I don't think I've actually seen a all-out, bloodbath between Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads. I want to see once and for all, they're so close up there on the leaderboards all the time. I want to see once and for all whether or not the Nomads can oust Vagabonds Esports in a 4v4 battle. Because if it doesn't happen here, I'm going to open a custom room and find out myself, man.
Why not, AJ? I mean, it's a proof who is the best. But I mentioned, AJ, with a lot of teams in here, imagine there is 16 teams fighting it off. You really cannot tell in direct comparison who is the best unless you open up a 4v4 in a battle, then that is one thing. But at least for the early engagement that we've seen earlier, that is a chance because they just finished off NRX 420, and with no one surrounding them, it's a good chance for them to just fight it off. We know how quickly a team are just a team of Vagabonds Esports can eliminate a squad. Safe zone aside, they can do that easily without regards of how much HP has been lost from that tickle of that blue zone.
Tickling me indeed. This match is from that very first engagement between HEE and the AXP Creator Squad and to Vagabonds Esports snuffing out Raygun pitifully as the guy just sat down in a corner, not speaking, not breathing, hoping and praying that Nomads doesn't find him, and they conveniently snuff him out. Both of them in the same compound, and then they peel away, Neptune. They peeled away. Here I am still waiting for this. And now AXP, I want to see that fight as well, right? AXP against one of the Vagabonds brands, because that one's going to be quite the good engagement.
Yeah, I mean, AXP getting a lot of kills, so probably a good chance to take out Vagabonds Esports start of game because of how well they can convert in the kills, unless they are teams, because we don't have that much of visibility of AXP in there for the kills. AXP Eternals, in what the strats they're taking, probably take out half or probably 3 out of the 4 members. Wait for them to come back later on, because the kills that they're getting is a lot. And well, not compared to Vagabonds Nomads, because Vagabonds Nomads can really slay out there, and it's always visible to us, most of the time visible to us. But I think this is a good chance for them. Vagabonds Nomads going against AXP, and from the looks of it, with only a few grenades and shots, it's visible. It is Nomads who has advantage with 2 down already for AXP.
Nomads, conquerors now, the ones in their crosshairs. Every time I see this team, I get excited. I just wonder what sort of magic they want to show me for Call of Duty Mobile in here today. Trevor and Void getting dropped by the circle. Are they still fighting outside the circle with HGE? I tell you, Neptune, I'm gonna grab these boys and spank all of them for not paying attention that there are other teams out here. I mean, there's a certain point where you give up on the competition, man, and both of them still have a chance of truly performing.
Yeah, and there's a reason at some point why a lot of top teams disengage on the fight if it has been taking a long time, and that has taken a long time. If that is still happening, AJ, imagine that's 13 minutes on the clock already, wherein a lot of teams have already moved on. And well, I'm not talking relationship, but a lot of people are having a hard time moving on, and I would say that for AXP and HGE, AJ.
HGE Virus. Oh, it's finally happening. These things taken down. Vagabonds Nomads out there in the open. Watts takes down Travis. Oh no, Riley Esports in this battle as well. Mizuki Cute. Riley Esports taking on both the teams that I want to see fight. Riley, what is wrong with you? Why is everybody tilting the mustachio in this match, man?
Well, this is what you asked for, a little bit of excitement. And what couldn't excite you than to be tilted and shout your lungs out? But hopefully the other teams can step up right now in here, and we see top dogs fight it up. But Riley, I think that they are back on the mission. They only have a few missions to take the high ground and take Vagabonds and Nomads. But when they are close, when other teams are close against these teams, then they might be caught in crosshair by Riley Esports. But this time, speaking of crosshair, Blue right now trying to make some damage, but no hits just yet. A quick disengage and regroup with the rest of Vagabonds Esports, AJ.
Let's see exactly what we will have. Xena loses Cookie, and it is Blue now against the players of E&E Phoenix from across the smoke bomb. I tell you, Blue is just insane. Is that his smoke?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that might have been a normal smoke grenade and not the smoke bomb that he should be using.
Can you see through other people's smoke? Okay, maybe you can. Okay, maybe I'm not updated, man. Vagabonds Esports Blue. And as he turns around, Vagabonds Esports now want to dominate the circle. NRX 432 probably going to become the next prey to this rampaging squad. And yeah, on a more serious note though, Neptune, please tell me that I'm being silly here.
Yep.
Okay, I am being silly there.
All right. So, well, so far, with 13 teams like alive in this fight, Armin Rodzina, after taking that win on the final isolated map that we have right now, they are still in here trying to survive. Cookie is already out as dog tag. I don't think there's a chance to get that dog tag and scan him. And Nyx will be coming back in a few seconds. Now, with 3 members of Armin Rodzina, I'm not quite sure how deadly they are right now. But so far in this game, Armin Rodzina is going in for the placement and might just have a good spot for them to regroup. But from the distance, we are seeing this team of Vagabonds Nomads who will try and contest this compound, but a vehicle also coming from this team of HGE D11 Kratos. So I think AJ, HGE is still alive and kicking.
Yeah, and Riley Esports, I see 2 Jackals up in the air. They want to tag this up. This is a party, man. I mean, this is exactly what we want. I mean, I'm getting exactly what I wanted, right? I wanted drama. I wanted all of the action out there on the battlefield. All of the teams giving us exactly that. Travis taken down by an MW11 Neptune. These teams are really putting out a party out there. KKPG now with the tags. Hasn't really dropped a player out just yet as Nyx gets taken down. Watts saying hello to the players of HGE now as Lukey takes down Jackal. This is all out chaos on the battlefield.
Yeah, Chaos is in there, and well, not so much AJ, because we are in the 4th phase. We ask for early engagement. It has been happening, but not a lot of teams has been taken down. Imagine, we still have 13 teams alive, but when it comes to the numbers of soldiers, it's only 41. Oh, correction, 40, as Kiel has been taken down by NRX 432. So we'll have to find out where they are right now, because so far the engagement's happening between a lot of teams in this hill, and Conquerors is in the middle of it.
Okay, Nomads against Almighty, 432 against the Four Kings. Where do we even look at, man? Of course, we watch the Dow Conquerors with some smooth skills on the snowboard. Sekre, as he circles around. Dude, there's just so much of action out there on the battlefield. Blue now taking pot shots at the players of Wanted, and Sacred gets shut down by Jabi. This is just all-out battle as everybody just shoots at each other. Dre, great tags. He turns around and he instead gets shot at, and the Conquerors now has to disengage, but he slides straight into the players of Armin and Rodzina. Just all-out pandemonium on the snowy hill.
Yeah, and out in the open right now, I guess it's a color of a white contrasting with the soldiers out there. Thus, a lot of kills, a lot of frags is happening. And also, with the snowy area, with the advantage that they have with the snowboard, a lot of movement, mobility will be done by the team. And it's a mix of both. Yeah. One team can be taking a few, and then the other ones can just be disengaging and getting away from the early engagement. We are still left with 9 teams, AJ, and as you can see from this safe zone, it's just heading onto this one side. This is the cliff wherein there's cover and also high visibility advantage.
And guess who's on that highest ground? Vagabonds Esports. They know exactly how to play situations like this. In fact, Vagabonds Esports was born to dominate high places, and now they swoop on down like the demons of death. They are eyeing each and every single player out there on the battlefield. 9 kills so far. I think Vagabonds Esports is in the perfect situation, perfect spot to break records out there in terms of slays. But Lukey gets knocked down. This is premature. Nomad's out of nowhere. Fox gets tagged up, but Blue doesn't have enough firepower to even break his armor fully.
Yeah, and Blue right now will try to convert on the other side. Rogue will be sighted in there, but the snipe will not be hitting. Cal will be moving, and I'm not quite sure where Cal came from. Probably a Jackal, but there you go. We have a 1 taken down already, and 2 left. Nash being damaged at this point, but the safe zone is moving in and not giving Vagabonds Esports a good position to fight for. So they need to move quickly, and the snowboard will be a good use. But in the middle of everyone, they need to get a better position and get those slays. So far, 10 might not be enough for this team, AJ.
And not 10, not enough for this team. And the players of Vagabonds Esports. Now, opportunity, Joko. You fly in the high. Fly high, butterfly. But can you avoid Nash? It seems like he can. He survives for a little bit longer. And the players of Riley Esports from the opposite side, Mystic trying to sneak away a couple of loots from the ad drop. And this is just pure chaos, man. 9 more players left in the mix here out of 6 different teams. And Yato just hiding behind a boulder, making quick work of Mystic. The master lead out of the Singaporean hit, avoiding those shots. Can you do it? Yes, he can. Still surviving Mystic.
And then there you have it. It was Assassin was able to get that kill against Cal. But what a move in there by Mystic. Like Marcel, I think he's creep walking out there. And Yato was just mitting all those shots.
Let's see exactly who takes this final victory in. Joker still avoiding everyone with that snowboard. Flies into the assassin. Yato for the shot. Nash taken out. Joker still alive and kicking. He's playing that rewind. Just before this, he hopped on behind Yato. Joker takes it, but Assassin kills Joker. Assassination in the final circle. And ENE Phoenix gets the win instead. Stolen from NRX 432.
And this is the excitement that we want to see. Like ENE Phoenix right now, as you can see, the smiles on these guys' faces. The smiles on these guys' faces, being able to take that win against Vagabonds Esports. I mean, like, we'll have to find out later on the damage that they've done in this competition. Because earlier on, we've seen them, we asked them to get the frags, and this team can deliver. But to how much Assassin and the rest of the teams right now of ENE Phoenix, this gives them, or not just only them, but other teams, that hope of taking a win from the remaining round of the last day of the finals, AJ.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, this was the kind of action I wanted in the competition. Show me some life. ENE Phoenix really finally, after like making us wait and starve for this for so long, shows us a little bit of action in that final circle. This is the kind of excitement you have when people like ENE Phoenix and NRX 432 appear in that final circle, man. Just hilarious action. Joker, my man. My personal MVP for this round, hands down, Joker and some of his snowboard plays. But, you know, even stepping it up from him, it was Cal from ABC Mystic. That Marceline using Mother Nature as the perfect defense system. The tree absorbed the shots. This guy just tried to heal his armor. But unfortunate for him, he was found, I believe, by the player from the side of HGE Neptune.
Yeah, but still, I mean, and this is a game that we're asking for. A lot of engagement from start to finish, and not so much of a, idle moment. And this is what we love so much. But when I talk about idle, it's not two teams idly battling in there on the same compound. So hopefully that will end. Give us a better story in there. But like from the start, that was good. That was great, AJ.
Oh, that was just on another level, fantastic, man. But you know, Vagabonds Esports here, 13 points down here with the 3rd spot. They nearly ruled the final circle. I'm surprised that they didn't manage to get those accurate shots at the very end. But, you know, the hopes and dreams crushed us. I thought Vagabonds Esports was going to engage with Vagabonds Nomads. And that dream engagement 4v4 was going to happen already. And then, poof, out of nowhere, that just broke my heart. But look at the massive number of kills Nomads have gotten there down for themselves as well. A total of, what is this? It's 11 kills slain in that 7th spot. Gets them an extra bonus as well from the placement points. So that's fancy for Nomads.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams has been popping off at this time. So apart from the ones taking the win, Riley did it well as in this fight, and probably it's the positioning that they have. They were not caught off guard that often from the battle. Thus, they survive, and with Watts in there, it's a big support on Sniper and out in the open area, and that's what we keep talking about when we jump into Blackout. Snipers rule this map. The snipers are dictates the pace of this map. And I'm not talking about SND. I'm talking about Battle Royale. This is still a sniper playground wherein you can get information, you can get the slays. If you have a good enough weapon and good enough skills, then you can take a lead by the team.
Taking the lead by the kills, it's something that the Vagabonds brand is known for. But some of the other teams, I believe, have managed to find a couple of slays towards the bottom as well. Once we scroll up a little bit, we will be able to break down that performance for you a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But once again, that engagement final circle and how Assassin stole away that kill and that victory from NRX432's Joko, it was a thing of perfection, man. And, it was a smart thing to do as well. The Assassin has got very high IQ, especially when it comes to why get involved in other people's businesses. Just let them fight first, and then we can do what we need to do to pick up the points. And just because of that one decision made by the Assassin, he's got an extra 4 points for the team.
Yeah, the extra 4 points really matters in this play, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more of turnaround from this team because, even from earlier, those that we're calling out who are not getting placement needs to get kills. That needs to start right now, and this is a good opportunity for the teams to really show us because. From earlier, like for the last round isolated, we've seen Armament Rosina. This time, we've seen ENE Phoenix. Not only that, we've seen NRX432 move up in here, survive a little bit longer. So a lot of hopes have been put into in here by the teams. And I think they were just waiting for you to go all out as well in shoutcasting. When the moment that you said that you are going to shout out all your throat, all your lungs out there, everyone just keeps, okay, that's a signal. Let's bring it on.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think we know exactly who's going to be able to dominate the competition. I think we already know who our winners are. So let's put on a show, right? That's all I want to ask from the pro teams out there. Let's put on a show. Let's show me a little bit of what you guys have for that final circle dance-off especially. I mean, you guys want to make sure you guys don't get dominated. Probably have to take out Vagabonds Esports and Nomads first. And how about the Nomads and Esports find a way to get into that final circle so we can finally see a couple of fights? A main reason why a lot of those final circle fights were even possible was because Almighty Prime actually clunked out super early this time around, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that these teams really need to focus on, their positioning. Though a lot of teams might be scrambling in there in the final moment, but we still ask for early engagement. We still ask for early elimination. But as we move further into this round, AXP this time, AJ, when we see great potential from them, this time this is when they bomb out. So not quite sure if it's if it matters if other teams are performing well and then they are being caught on a different side of the story, or probably it's just coincidence that they didn't make it that far on with those kills that were in. They usually do so far in all of the matches.
Well, let's see if or not the players of AXP Kratos can show us a little bit more of that fantastic engagement that we saw earlier on, man. Like I said, we'll see more kills at the bottom. And AXP Kratos, they serve up a hot 7-kill for us to just absolutely blaze up. What a play coming through from this team a little bit earlier on. And of course, we want to see more from them. And I think they are pretty much guaranteeing us that we will see more from them. And I believe HDED 11. Oh no, NRS 420. What a heartbreak. I didn't expect that one. I totally forgot that we scrolled past HGE, and I totally forgot that it was NRX 420 that bombed out super early, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's that challenge on that apartments area by Vagabonds Nomads. And that only proves to show that even if it takes a long time to get an engagement against a team, and we're talking about AXP and HGE, they can still survive, even with the challenge of ENE Phoenix. And as you look at it, that is how you end the game. You go and take kills, and later on, just stay easy, get good position, and then the smarts that you can use, especially on this small area out in the open, they still manage to take survivability as their priority. Then they take that win.
And as the teams moved on this was the fantastic play by Rogue, just checking in left, right, like a beautiful boxer. He danced around the tree. If anything, the tree might have fallen in love with him like a Bollywood movie. No, Bollywood movies don't have trees falling in love with you, but you know what exactly I mean. Yato, by the way, the game of survival, manages to dodge behind this rock with 1 HP left on him, Neptune. He had no more armor, and lucky that he did so. And steps out right after that and kills 2 guys back-to-back on the side of Riley Esports, single-handedly.
Yeah, I mean it's mechanical skills I would say, as well as environment knowledge that they can have. It's only a little movement that you can do, and at some point with attachment that you can put in on your gun, even if you like hit them once, then you can damage the movement that they have and how close it is. It's almost lined up at that point. But let's enough of that. Like this, let's give this dime for Team Dow, ENE Phoenix. They have done well in here, taking a win. And it's not just a one team show right now. A lot of teams has a chance to take that win, AJ.
And, as we see the opportunity of other teams stepping up, I feel like Dow, ENE Phoenix is that best motivator for all of the other teams out there on the battlefield. I want them to embody NRX 432's Joko as well as Assassin from ENE Phoenix and take the chance in that final circle, right? Who knows what you'll be able to find, man? But for all of you guys, so sorry for the accidental scam, huh? This is the new code. Please take your Silver Crate coupon and go redeem it. We apologize for the technical error.
Yeah, I mean, well, things happen. Things happen that we are not
Things have been happening the whole competition, Neptune, unfortunately.
But from our side, I mean, this is something that at some point, there are some things that we can control, things that we can't control, but at least for those that we can't control, we make up for it and make it right. And that's the only thing that we ask for, to make it right. If things happen wrong, just make sure that you make it right, AJ.
If you don't make it right, someone else eventually will. And when someone else makes it right and points out your mistakes, that's usually like the worst case scenario, right? Because it's either your parents, your teachers, or the police. That's a GG immediately, man. When people start pointing out the stuff that you're doing wrong out there. Speaking of things that, some of the teams are doing wrong out there, the strategy has been very soft in Garena Survivors Season 2. And I hope and pray that the teams, at the very least, if the rest of the things that we have said they don't listen to, they listen to this. I mean, we need to see more strategy out there on the battlefield. We're going to let this one slide since there's just clear domination from three teams out there, and catching up with them is going to be, like David going up against Goliath. But there have been very scrappy plays, even down here when we have extended it from one grand finals into 3 days of grand finals, Neptune. So many times they played the same maps. They're seeing the same teams, and still we see hot drops on that final day, and it doesn't seem intentional. I understand hot drops where they hunt for kills from very specific teams, but it doesn't seem planned in that way at all. And I'm actually surprised to see a lack of preparation strategically.
Yeah, that's one thing that we often ask, and hopefully this season will be the time, because so far we've talked about how the previous season, wherein teams are doing well when they do the homework, when they put in the plan, and this time I think there's only a few teams that has done that, and I would say I think Backbones Esports and Backbones Nomads is one of that, even AMT Prime, because they understand what they can do, how can they switch it up. And even if they're not doing that well from the start, later on they do better, or vice versa. And that is what planning does. It gives you option to take, like if one breaks down, you get another option, and so on and so forth, AJ.
Yeah, and one team that have, managed to also play a little bit of strategy, pretty good for themselves, although quite inconsistent, because the firepower that they bring into the competition pales in comparison to Vagabonds Esports or Vagabonds Nomads, is actually Riley Esports. I really like their positioning. I really like their rotations in. You can clearly see a strategy being played by Riley. But where they just fall off a little bit is when it comes to those engagements. And this is something that they have to practice and perfect and absolutely master when we're not in the competition. But I feel like if Riley Esports can stick together for a little longer and really focus on scrimming together as a squad, pouring in the hours into the game, within the next season of Garena Survivors itself, this will be one of the teams for us to fear out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, so far there are some like sloppy gameplays in here, and they're still on a comfortable spot on the leaderboards. What if they can fix that and they can make that work? Then what more can they reach? They can challenge even the top teams right now. That's the confidence is there. It's just that the solidification of the gameplay to the extent that even Vagabonds Esports or Nomads can take them down easily. That is what they need to focus on the next time.
And one of you need to think of team composition as well, right? In terms of who's going to be holding on the off angles, who's going to be kind of like overextending as a sniper, holding on to the high ground. Maybe you've got a couple of rushes in there. Because when you have a good strategic team, then you can start executing, special forces kind of strategy out there on the battlefield to take over certain compounds, to take the attack against anyone if you try to hot drop them at the start of the competition because you feel like you want to farm those points. Those are the kinds of things that we are missing from Garena Survivors that I hope and pray we get to see at Garena Survivors 3. But like what we've promised you, we'll turn the heat up for the final 3 matches. The first match out of the final 3 was an absolute cracker, nephew. Let's see exactly how the second last one goes.
Well, I think there's still contention. Not quite sure if I'm looking at it, but Estates right now, I think I'll sing a little bit of different color on that fight. And there you have it. HGE and XP still at it. And hopefully this will be an early finish so that one of the winning team will be able to move forward after this. Eliminating a squad early is one of the targets that they need to focus on at this point. And HGE, I think, is doing well at this point. Only losing out, not taking down Ninja in this game. And Ninja needs also to be smart to get the dog tags and slowly and carefully slay the rest of HGE. But there's no engagement from the other teams despite of how close they were. And that is where we see NRX432 and the Conquerors in this area of the Fracking Tower.
Oh, 4-3-2. This one seems to be like an all battle. This one is an ego challenge coming through from both of these teams. Conquerors and, NRX 4-3-2. This is not the first rendezvous at this position, right? And the last time we did see the players of NRX 4-3-2 kind of like prematurely run away and then get backstabbed by all of the other guys from NRX 4-3-2. So this time, it's a battle that the Conquerors clearly have won out already. They're just a little bit too slow to return fire in this compound. But by the time they get back there, one survivor from the side of NRX has managed to find a good hiding spot, Neptune.
Yeah, and a very good hiding spot. We cannot even see them. So we'll have to find out where will they be able to run into. But this time, it is AXP right now who's being chased by a different team. Vitality on a vehicle, but completely missed that tree. And I think Ninja is a ninja who's able to get into one of the branches. Now Ninja might already be on the move, but not only that, we have a team down ENE Phoenix close to them. Footsteps has been seen in here, but no people has been sighted just yet, apart from Ninja, who moves away, flew in there on that car, and not quite sure how much a car can fly, but that time Ninja did it. The airtime in there, AJ, it's pretty well.
Oh, solid place. And Vitality, as they cruise away from this compound. Oh, they actually find nobody. That was just one of their team members hopping out of the car. I thought they accidentally knocked into a player that I didn't see out there on the minimap. But it's okay. False alarm.
That was the usual gameplay that I do, just to hunt out for bots. But this is not ranked games, because I usually go into compound, I jump out, let them be, and then later on, once I'm alone and just proning in there, like one at a time, footsteps are being heard. So that's what reminds me of that mood, AJ.
Let's see if or not these players, as they try to circle around, they can't find someone else to hunt down. Any assassins? They get to the upgrades, but it doesn't seem like Assassin himself wants to... Oh, he parks his bike a little bit further away. I'm quite curious as to why he just did that. But on for the upgrade. Sucre is the only one left. I guess he doesn't want anyone to damage his bike. This is a very weird strategy by Assassin, man.
Yeah, a little bit possessive. Not quite sure how much he bought that bike at this point. And there's not even any skins on it. So there's no, I would say, identifier that is his. For all we know, that will be another guy who took that earlier from this game. But so far, ENE Phoenix, with their approach, I think they're just getting a good position, waiting for the next safe zone to show up right now, because it will be showing up in a few seconds or less than a minute. But the rest of ENE Phoenix just hanging back and probably wants to take this win as well. They don't want to be that aggressive at this point, AJ.
Let's see what sort of power Riley Esports can execute in here. Ninji, we saw some flashy plays from him, but now some flashy driving skills as well. Ninji just zoom in across, finally crashes, hops on out of the car, takes a couple of shots. Kotaro drops him like his heart, and Ninji, you know, this was the saying I was going with. So pandai-pandai tupai melompat, akhirnya jatuh juga. So Ninji, you know, after all of the maneuvering in and out of the houses, I don't know, by the way, how he got stuck in there, because I thought he cleared that.
Yeah, I mean, you know how bouncy some of the cars are. Once you hit like even a few inches in there from the side, then you can just be like a, what do you call this game or whatever, a ping pong. I would just say a ping pong. They will be juggling in there in the middle, and you will get stuck. And I think that's one thing that they took advantage at this point. But so far, like 8 XP, I don't think they survived that point. We have already lost 2 teams in this game, and this time back to the usual gameplay, but with the chopper will be this team of Team Dalvitas. No kills just yet, just getting the upgrade, so this might be a little bit too late for the team, but so much not too late to get this kills, because kills is one thing that is lacking for this team. They have an opportunity to get placement because of the Jackal as well as the chopper gameplay that they're putting into, but this is not the usual Vitas. The aggressiveness is lost for this team.
Wanted Vitas, you know, we want them to step it up. That's what we want for the Vitas. But the Jackal in the air, chopper in the air, flying above teams, this is the kind of beauty I wanted to see. Day number 1 of Call of Duty Mobile, man. We had to wait for quite a while. Ooh. Oh my lord, Travis, a little too quick. Ha ha ha, and Jabi, I guess they'll have to laugh themselves up to become a dog tag as Travis single-handedly finishes them off as well. This guy, too solid.
And that's one thing about, like, learning mistakes. You know that you've been targeted already, you use the flare, and if you know that you're targeted once again, it's just a matter of luck to get away from that fight, and it's more of tactics to really fly away and let go of the chopper. At least you have the Jackal that can come around, circle around, and take the enemy, the pressure against those challenging you, but it's a little bit too late in the movement by this team. And with the FHJ, I don't think the Jackal will be moving close in there. The distance, as you can see, we can't even see Meow right now from the horizon.
Let's see if Meow can kind of find a good return fire against this team a little bit later on, although I doubt. I would rather Meow just play the game of survival. But the Jackal seems to be a good vehicle to survive in as the rest of Riley Esports catches sight of Almighty Prime. They drop in for a quick engagement, but unfortunately gets hacked. Good response by Almighty Prime. Riley, what's now? Around the circle, circles around, spots the player who stands right up to shoot him down. Caleb, the bait and switch by Riley Esports. They are waking up.
Yeah, this is mostly a game that we see on on a multiplayer. Like, you go, one will go out in there, get the kill, and then the follow-up will be happening in there from behind. And this is a Riley Esports in a different level. They still have to worry about 2 members of Almighty at this point. Dre and Quasi has already made a distance, but they were split up. Most of the time, splitting up works, but least of the time splitting up works, but most of the time you need to group together so that you can fire back, and just in case one will be taken down, then you can still pick them up. But we'll have to find out. The movement of Riley Esports a little bit too quick, and Caleb right now just checking. Oh, there you have it. The moment he sights it on the pass by, Dre will be taken down. A good play by Caleb in there, just checking all the corners, and Quasi is the only one left in this game for Almighty Prime.
Ooh, kill down on the ground. Ainra, great shot. Riley Esports, I think they've done a quick number on Almighty Prime. Single survivor out there. Instinct. Good shots, but does not connect a single one. And his smoke bomb for defense turns out to be the perfect weapon of offense, as the players of Conquerors just runs through his smoke, not worrying about him being there at all. But all that the Four Kings do is disengage, and Quasi gets spotted out, returns fire, Caleb taken down, roll, trades him out. Almighty Prime eliminated in the 14th spot.
Yeah, and not so much of points that they'll get at this game. And, well, that will be better luck next game at this point. Four Kings right now, despite of Mikhail being knocked down earlier, they have a chance to take down Armin Rosina from afar. Instinct giving that information, knowing that they will not be get away because the vehicle has exploded and a pinch will be done, a flank will be done on the other hand by the Four Kings. Back to this battle of ENE Phoenix. Alves is sitting in there quietly into the tunnel and will not be seen that quickly. It's a good stride for Alves right now to survive a longer part of the top 13 who's still alive in this game, and ENE Phoenix still on the run to get yet another win if they continue this on.
Mizuki Cutie, Gray, long-range engagement. XP Eternals once again will go on ahead to strike. This time they haven't really struck hard just yet. This team just came out of nowhere and absolutely slaying the teams out there on the battlefield. Viper, venomous shot. Ainra tag. Oh my lord, Ainra was just about to disappear at the drop of that elevation. But Viper just too accurate now. Cross trying to engage with Armin and Rosina. He's gonna wake up and get you back, boy. You better sneak away. Viper, such a spicy shot. Just turns the guy into a dog tag.
Yeah, and smoke will be released right now just to give them time to get away, but they're not really getting away. Not even looting up the one that they have taken down earlier. So not quite sure what is the intention for the smoke, but I think a move needs... yeah, because imagine if you use a smoke, one thing leads to another, but nothing was done at that point. So we'll have to find out what was the plan out there.
Oh, big engagement. Kiel, Esir, down on the ground. Fright, Marceline, but still gets stacked up. One more beautiful rewind as Fright manages to pull out the snowboard at the very final second and lead his team out of there. Pogs on for the long-range spot. He instead gets spotted, gets his armor broken. Vagabond's nomads repositions, and such a good fight could have broken out there, Neptune, but the teams were just too far away from each other.
Yeah, but this team is not far away. We have Vagabond Esports Luki right now going in for the hit, and the dance of Paul will not work to him. A complete elimination in there that quickly, and the rest of Vitality needs to scramble. It is a 1v3 situation as he waits for the rest of the teammates. But one mistake you can do, especially with one above you on the roof, is step out into the open. And a good rewind there just to get out of harm's way. But here comes Luki, and that hit on the window was missed, giving Luki the chance to take Jeswo out of this game.
Vagabonds Esports now, they should be able to kind of dominate this matchup. They've gotten close a couple of times now already. I'm sure they won one. Vitality. Yato, good slide away. But everybody comes through. Poor guy, man. You did not need 3 players from Vagabonds to shut down Shy. Poor little Shy. He might have gotten a heart attack before getting taken out back to the lobby, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, and that is a good play with Vagabonds Esports. Even if they are a strong team, the usual tactics that normally works and needs to put into plan, and that is one of them. Like having a backup in there just in case you miss a shot, at least you can get a kill. The confirmation of someone is in there will need to be done. Might be a sacrifice at this point. But speaking of sacrifice, we have a one who has been taken down, and it is MJ from ENE Phoenix. How much more is alive from this team? We'll have to find out because they had a good run earlier on the previous round with all 13 teams fighting it off. This time, not so much for this team, and hopefully the dog tags will be coming back soon, but Vagabonds Esports will not make that easy for them.
ENE Phoenix now. Sticky situation. AXP Eternals versus Vagabonds Esports. This is a fight I will take any day as well, but AXP instead eats up ENE's Sucre. Moves on. And is he going to loot him up at the least? Please tell me he will. No, he will. Okay, yes, he will. Oh, but gets shot from both sides. Immediately repositions. Has got his armor broken. Can he slide away? 69 HP. Survives that encounter. Smart play. But now, XP hacking up 4 players in the vicinity already. And I believe I have no idea who he just hacked up, except for that one guy from ENE Phoenix right behind them.
Yeah, probably from the other side, coming from Team Dow Conquerors, because it's a little bit near, as we can see, and also from behind. So it's a possibility. 4 has been scanned in there, and from the looks of it, it is Backbones Esports not really moving that much. Probably it's because the Four Kings Aces are getting close to them, and that engagement might be happening. But we are going to see another potential engagement. It is ABC Mystic who will be going against NRX 420 in this compound.
Mexican standoff. I don't want anyone to interfere with this fight. I want to see a fair 4v4 between ABC and 420. Got it? Got it. Everybody's got it. But Four Kings now take the attack up against Vagabonds Esports, who've got every single corner of this building fully secured. And the guy from the side of Four Kings just jumped into his absolute decimation.
Yeah, I mean, and that is a good tactic in there. A little bit too slow, not like the usual that we've seen from Vagabonds Esports at this point, not from the earlier parts of this finals. But it's a good thing that they're putting in the usual Vagabonds Esports gameplay, because this is one thing that we love to see. And it's not so much of an overly aggressive fight, as they are now battling on their brothers of the Nomads.
Yep, Lukey shuts down Virus. Finally, the fight happening. Vagabonds Nomads butting heads against Vagabonds Esports. Lukey takes Travis, and what a shutdown, as Travis just managed to trade out one of his brothers. And this is Vagabonds Esports just winning that encounter way too quickly. This is the OG Vagabonds I know and miss and love, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting in a lot of gameplay in just a few minutes. Like, especially those hanging back in the compounds, taking all the covers, all the corners of a compound, and luring one guy in the name of Fright of Four Kings. Even the slow approach in some of the engagement is one thing that we've seen so much of from Vagabonds Esports. And this is what we love. This is what we want to see. But Riley Esports is still up to the challenge, and I think have seen Vagabonds Esports as well. But I think it's only a glimpse that someone is in there, not so much as to how many will be in there. But speaking of how many, AJ, I didn't imagine there was 3 teams in this compound.
Yeah, 3 teams in that compound, 12 teams out there on the battlefield. This is the 18th minute already. It's turning out to be a party. The fight between 420 and ABC Mystic still goes ahead to continue as all of those players go back to back. Riley Esports spotting out NRX 420 as they hear all the ruckus and they try to chip in as well. Vagabonds Nomads hiding away. Caleb, are you going to be able to hit Pabi from the distance? It seems like the answer is yes. Breaks his plate. Pabi and Blink break the Mystic squad instead, and Meow gets taken down. He ain't gonna be getting no milk anytime soon as he goes around out there on the battlefield, and the rest of his team members aren't gonna be too happy, Neptune.
Yeah, well, they will be sad in there, especially at this part of the game we're in. Once you're eliminated, there's no coming back from the revive line. Now, Riley doing a smart move right now, just hanging back, waiting for the best opportunity. And Nash right now, on the other hand, with the rest of Vagabonds Esports, also doing the same thing. Not so much of aggression, not so much of a push from them, but with the lack of high visibility or high ground visibility from them, they might not be able to get that much kills. But from the start, 13 already for the game. Oh, what a hit in there. A good follow-up with a vehicle. That's what it's all about. A little bit of movie action in here, AJ.
Amen, brother. We got the OG Vagabonds on the prowl. This is the kind of exciting action Vagabonds Esports used to bring into the competition. Now they're so serious out there, like robots hunting for kills, right? Show us a little bit of that flair. And now, Ahmed and Rodzina breaks away from Iley Esports, giving them that central compound. NRX 420 still alive and kicking. That battle against Mystic seems to have taken a little bit too much out of them. But Vagabonds Nomad surviving with one final player. KKPG doesn't get the spot, but thinks that there might be someone behind that wall. And now just beyond, as the players of Ahmed and Rodzina try to shut down NRX 420, Riley Esports interferes. Pabi goes running out in the open, just into the arms, the welcoming arms of the players of WeBB Conquerors.
I love what the Kotaro did in there, putting up the smoke first, plus the cluster strike as the safe zone closes. So those who will be caught in that trap might be taken down, but unfortunately no one does. But Kotaro goes in for the quick drop shot in there to kill, and they need to run right now into the safe zone, trying to check all the corners, will be able to spot one, and the hit against Vagabonds Esports is potentially about to happen, but Riley will be stopped in here. Caleb out of the zone, and Smoke saves them, and for how and how long, we'll have to find out because AXP will be on this side as well, but the rest of Riley will just be scrambling, not giving any opportunity of the prying eyes of Vagabonds Esports.
Oh, and Viper, AXP interfering with this gunfight as well. Riley Esports, they disengage, perhaps inviting AXP to chip in with this battle, and that's exactly what happens from the left-hand side. AXP, they have got one final player, Kimi SH, up on top as well. Actually, not just Kimi SH, Mizuki Cutie in there, chipping into this battle as well. 3 teams left, 9 more players. Hits a 3v3v3. Lukey up top on the roof, just trying his best to spot out a player, but nothing available just yet, Neptune.
Yeah, closer in there, barely being missed, but Yato was able to take Motaro and Nash on the other side. Jack against 2 members of Riley Esports. Now, 2 teams remain. It is Vagabonds Esports and AXP right now, who just been backing off from this fight. But Yato, Jack battle over. All Vagabond Esports take a win in this game.
Oh, and they take that win with style. 24 slaves out there on the battlefield and 12 points from the placements. They know the championship belongs to them. That one guy's already almost asleep on his bed. Nash just wants to fall asleep now. And Vagabonds Esports so delighted with their own performance. That's one to celebrate for sure. 24 plus 12. We've got 36 solid points. They had a 34-point lead on Vagabonds Nomads earlier. Now a solid 70. We don't know exactly where Nomads finished up, but with this sort of a advantage against Nomads, there's no way they're going to catch up anytime soon, Neptune.
Yeah, and this is what we love. The Vagabonds Esports gameplay that is so much of a tactical gameplay compared to the previous one wherein they're just getting kills from like out of nowhere. This time it's more visible from us and the flare. AJ, I mean, how they are putting up the conversion. It is well planned, well strategized, wherein they can even use a vehicle to ensure that they did that frag.
Yeah, and you know, I will tell you, man, this is the version of Vagabonds Esports I have been missing for the longest of time. Hopefully, I get to see this version a little bit more. 24 kills they managed to secure this round with. Fantastic play, and that makes it a total of 34 points. And AXP, this is AXP Turtles once again shining bright out there like a beautiful North Star. A total of 8 kills as well as 6 points taken from placements will do them good. But Riley Esports once again showing their flair in their final circle, engaging with everyone, trying to even tag up NRX 420 from afar. Pabi was lucky that he slid away because we saw there were close encounters in there, and Riley might have just been able to snuff them out too early, Neptune.
Yeah, and as we talk about NRX 420, this is a comeback that we have been expecting. This is the position wherein we are expecting NRX 420 to be for the longest time. But this time on 4th place with this much kill, it is 10 kills to their name, bringing back the honor, the legacy of NRX 420 for this game and hopefully the next. And this is what we love about these teams. And hopefully it happens like earlier into the matchup, like the OG's gameplay that they used to, the trademark that they have into the game. Hopefully that happens all throughout when they jump into live stream tournaments just like this, because this is a more exciting shoutcast because of how much excitement and energy has been put into the gameplays that we've seen.
Yeah, I hands down tell you that this round, as well as the previous, has been 2 of the best rounds in the whole of Garena Survivors Season 2 so far. No cap whatsoever. And, you know, overall, I do agree with you. NRX 420 truly stepped it up this time round, but we need to see consistent plays from them. They pick up a total of 10 slays out there on the battlefield. Bobby, as well as Blink, both popping up. The OGs, Raygun stepping up for the team as well. And, you know, if we see more of this, I'm very sure we will see a lot more of them in the scene. I don't want any of the teams out there to be discouraged, especially the returning boys, because obviously as you head back, that you are going to have some teething problems. You are going to have some adjustment problems. But like you see here on that final round, one of the final rounds of the day, they're able to check out that OG-ness from them. So that's what we want to see of more in the future competitions. It doesn't matter if Vagabond snatches this one away as well. Time is still there for the team. Ahmed and Rodzina, on the other hand, Cookie, the guy, the MVP that we always look out for, once again stepping up for the squad, and he manages to sneak away 3 kills as well as survive long enough for that 5th place. And the 4 Kings met an unfortunate end. The move towards that final circle was solid already, and Kiel was pumping out a lot of those kills, Neptune, but no further than that 6th placement they could pull away.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the 4 Kings really couldn't convert on a higher placement from the games into finals, but I couldn't blame them. Like, a lot of pressure from the teams has been put in there already, and even the most consistent conquerors in there has been put down on the 7th place.
Yeah.
Only 3 kills to their name, and this is one thing that we don't like to see, especially as from the team who has been consistent overall. And well, I guess the same goes earlier. I don't want to repeat myself, but there's a lot of pressure already in this fight.
Yeah.
As you can see, Nomads, even in 8th place, managed to get a lot of kills. That is a total of 9 to their name in here, and they're not even on the top 5.
Most definitely not, sir. Superb plays by Nomads as usual. Managing to build up the kills to make sure they keep up with their brothers, and at the very same time keep the distance between themselves as well as Almighty Prime that are trying their best to catch up in the 3rd spot. And most wanted Vitas here. They have got an opportunity to shine, but this round surely wasn't one where they used that opportunity well. ABC Mystic, no Marceline in that final circle this time round, as it ended up in a compound that was quite a torture to deal with so much of defensive places. And HED 11 Kratos, on the other hand, managing to chug out 4 kills. And towards the bottom, we see some big names as well, Neptune.
Yeah, Almighty Prime really not so prime. It's only Quasi who's able to get a kill, and the placement will be 0 at this point. So the gap between Vagabond's Nomads will be increasing after the calculation of this round, and we'll have to see. AXP on the other side, Eternals, not so much in the kills in here. It's only Ninja, and that is because of the early engagement and the almost successful getaway on by Ninja at that point. But if you're getting away that far from the compound where your teammates has been lost, at least you need to turn back a little bit, give a little bit of leeway for you to get their dog tags. But I think the plan in there of Ninja is just to get away and survive longer. Didn't work for them at this point.
Yeah. 4-3-2 on the other hand. Previous round, solid. This round, Pusanggala. I don't know where they disappeared to, but now I understand they disappeared off into that 16th spot, not appearing out there on the battlefield at all. Truly unfortunate for 4-3-2, but, just like what I said for 4-20, right? They just have to bite their tongue for the time being and continue to keep their heads down and focus. I'm pretty sure they can rise up in terms of dominance and fight some of the best out there on the battlefield. And maybe outclass even Vagabond's esports one day, only if they sink in the right amount of hard work.
Yeah, a lot of hard work really is needed, especially with a strong team of Vagabonds Esports that you want to challenge. But I would say it is a hard work of Riley Esports really that's bringing them to a little bit higher, slowly, surely moving in higher in this point. If not for that challenge against 8XP, like Riley has a great potential really to go in for the fight against Vagabonds Esports. But the distraction of 8XP has proven a little bit more than the challenge of Vagabonds Esports. Thus, Riley has lost it. The backstab has been done by Vagabonds at that point, and as the rest of AXP will just be moving away into the sides of Vagabonds Esports, like there's no fighting back from that.
Not at all, man. And we've gone back to Vagabonds Esports dominating once again after seeing a couple of, underdogs kind of shine in that final circle. But all fun aside, Vagabonds Esports is here to play the best game of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale that they have ever played. And that's exactly what they are trying to get done out there on the battlefield. But for all of you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys have been a fantastic audience so far. and we need to thank you. And what better way to thank you than to give you your next milestone? You guys have successfully unlocked the Gold Crate coupon as well. You're fantastic. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the shares. But not enough, eh? I want more. Keep hitting that like if you haven't just yet and share the stream out.
Yeah, a lot more can be offered. Like, if the teams can pull out a lot more of energy into the fight,
Yeah.
the viewers can do the same as well. In the final moment where it really matters, where a lot of excitement can be seen and shown by the teams, well, let's bring it on in the comment section with the fans out there. Like and share, spam, react. Let's go.
And in terms of the performance out of the team, which play would you say was the highlight for you so far, Neptune, in this day of grand finals?
Well, I would say the gameplay that has I would say the gameplay of highlights most likely is that Marceline of ABC by that tree, because it's one thing that is barely being done, especially as a back once esports targeting you're already completely dead. But trying to get away from the gunshots in there, that was an awesome gameplay by Rogue. And I don't know if anything can beat that. But for the others, it's not really a highlight. It's more of comedic and funny. But that's the top of my list.
I do agree, man. I mean, Cal on the side of Mystic was fantastic in the previous round. I think, from NRX 432, Joko and his survival skills on the snowboard was quite fun to watch as well. But, the Luki takedown with that vehicle, he had that rally car and he just rammed the guy into the wall. That was one of the most classic Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale stunts pulled out there. But you know what, Neptune? We are on the very last match now. And before we hop on in there, obviously we'll have our overall leaderboard. But it doesn't take a prize to guess who has dominated the competition now, does it?
I mean, from the day number one, we've already called it out as who's dominating that game. And from there on, especially with the gap that they can pull out from that day, even after the semifinals, wherein great potential has been seen from the other teams, that didn't matter for day number one. Back once esports was able to get that one, and when they think that they need to do it, they do it. And they just make the lead even higher for this team.
So let's see if the biggest prediction that I've thrown out there will come through or not. And of course, I'm not talking about the prediction that Vagabonds Esports is going to be champion again. I mean, by now everybody knows Vagabonds Esports is going to be champion. But I talked about how the gap between themselves as well as Nomads will be around 50 points. And I believe they're somewhere there now. But we've got one final game where you might just see Vagabonds Nomads just crush it out there on the battlefield, right? Because they're hungry to catch up with their brothers as well. But overall, the Vagabonds brand has managed to snatch away, I believe at this point, 14,000 plus US dollars from the competition already, Neptune.
And that's big. I mean, we were just talking about the champions, the number one spot, and that's a huge amount already. 500,000 with the addition of the second place. That's even bigger. And I don't know, like it's a. Hopefully, we'll see these teams use that, put that to good use, improving their devices, using the building up a boot camp for them, so they can work even further together. And what more damage can they do if this team stick up together in the boot camp every time that they are playing? But that have yet to be seen, depending on how management works. But the management of this flight path is really doing well, AJ. I think the airlines this time is in a good mood.
So the pilot's in a good mood. He decided to take a good flight path in. But a hot drop we are about to see. E&E Phoenix construction side on for the move. And I believe this should be the players of 432 in there, or did they drop somewhere else?
Yeah, well, we have this time we have E&E Phoenix and ABC Mystic. Earlier, I was eyeing for the Four Kings and Riley Esports on that on that hydro dam.
Yeah.
And I think the battle continues in estate. So a lot of hot drops in there on the northern part. Apologies, I didn't see that much at the bottom part of the map.
You and me both same, brother. HGE, this is a little bit of a flashback. And I mean, why don't you guys just quit this and just go play MP or something and then come back, right? I think they just want this 5v5, man.
Well, I'll probably jump in on a 4v5. No, I think this is a better for them because there's a lot more elevation compared to what we see in the raid. And then there's a lot of movement in there. And Trevor taking down 2 of the members of HGE despite of the rewind. Still knocked down. And it's a good turnaround this time of AXP. I think this is more of the ego as moving in, because earlier it's AXP who has been taken out and Ninji was the only one surviving. So Burn doing it a little bit too smart, but not so much, as the rest of AXP will be going in for a rush. Still, 1 remains in this team, but AXP, even with 2 lost members, they are doing well in this game. It's now left on how and when they will take down Maui in this area.
Yeah, Maui very smartly ran away to pick up the dog tags of the rest of his team members, because you know the trend of these two, man. They just want to go round 2. Trading out each other. But Blink, on the other hand, meets the Vitas out there in the open field. Blink dropped by Kuzma, great rewind play. Raygun, on the other hand, shuts down Jabi. This is a 1-for-1 trade so far. This time caught out by Raygun. PPSH galore as he spams it all in, missing Kuzma. MX time returns fire.
And that was almost a scan in there. Time's running out, but NRX 420 right now, I think they're winning it. Pappy's the only one remaining at this point. Zeus and Raygun needs to be picked up, and Blink's dog tag needs to be scanned. But dog tags will be waiting in here. Pappy surviving this fight. It's good to turn in there. But who will be knocking in the door? It's NRX 432 in here. Brothers against brothers, and there's no backing out.
No backing out. No getting away. 432 when they meet 420. This is just bragging rights between the brothers, man. Joker looting up the death crate. Clyde shut down by D-Sing. AXP dropping by to say hello to the boys as well. NRX 432, they've done the deed and they are getting the heck out of there before AXP can get a jump on them. Raygun has managed to escape the watchful eyes of 432 already, but can he now escape AXP as well, who are in here to finish off the job?
There's no rest for NX 420 at this point. Engagement after engagement after engagement as they wait for Blink to come back. Not quite sure if the dog tags of Babi and Zeus has been picked up already, but AXP will be left in here with nada, nothing to their name, and they need to relocate. They need to get mostly off that objective of this game. It is upgrades as well as the airdrop, but no, they spotted NX 432 in there on the other side, and Keys will be taken out. And there we have it. That is the shocks that I want to have in my car, AJ. I want to move around and bounce off walls.
We all have to be driving around rubber cars, Neptune. Rubber cars. And I think, you know, it won't really do great for the aerodynamics as well as the weight of the overall car. So it'll take a while, man. It'll take a while before we can bring it into the real world. But spotting the battle between Mystic as well as E&E Phoenix, this has gone on for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just for this time, but for several times already.
Yeah.
And, well, ABC Mystic at some point surviving it. And that's one thing that surprises me. They try to engage. It takes 5 minutes or even more before it ends, or it ends with both teams disengaging, which is a loss of time already. You can get 1 or 2 kills at this point, but it really doesn't change the fact that you're losing a lot of time in getting into some objectives.
Yeah.
Not anyone in here has been upgraded already. I'm pretty sure they're just wasting resources from this engagement.
10 people down and out on the ground, but the dog tags can still be picked up. It's just circle number 1. But they have to hurry it up though, because in the next 10 minutes, they are going to run out of options, run out of time as well. Obviously, those dog tags aren't going to be lasting for all of the 10 minutes, so they have to make a move either way. Amina.Zina, Cookie. Very accurate with his shots usually, but a little bit too far. Uses it just for the extra bit of information. Sends it over to Nyx as well as KKPGs. Miru trying to take down their opponents. Finds nobody. And Amon and Rodzina will just have to deal with this one kill point that they have on themselves so far.
Yeah, it's early into the game, first phase right now, but the battle continues right here. It is Riley Esports and almighty grenades after grenades, and the smokes included as well. But Kotaro will be able to detect that hit against GB and Chase right now. Good opportunity for him to gatekeep anyone, and this is what we're talking about with the sniper. Even if you get that distance and far away from the team, you can get those kills, but it is not to the price of the lives of your teammates. So they need to regroup and recover on this fight, but those teams that doesn't need it is Vagabonds Esports, because they are just hunting for the conquerors in this game, AJ.
And it looks like chatbots have invaded our comment section in Facebook. A lot of comments are being spammed in there, just continuously being blocked, but I think it's a little bit GG in terms of what's happening in there. Hopefully, we will be able to solve that problem. Virus, on the other hand, meets Quasi, takes his vehicle out of the equation. Desync, traveling around. Travis has this opportunity out in the open battlefield. Desync, as he goes in for the shots, gets tagged up instead. His blade half broken. Yato drops Dre, and this is a three-way, make that four-way battle between these teams.
Yeah, Vagabonds and Nomads and AXP right now. Great potential for AXP to get this kills, but Virus was able to take down Ninji from that battle. And this is a different team of AXP that we are seeing in our screen right now. But off screen, the battle also happening from their side. Mizuki Cutie right here tagging up Pogs, but Pogs will be able to get away. Mizuki Cutie might have missed an opportunity for the kill, and that boulder, that hill, will block any shots from AXP, AJ.
Very interesting turnout of events here. Garena Survivors just getting hotter and hotter. There will be a tea time, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, right after this broadcast. And there'll be a tea time where we'll sit down. Maybe you're invited as well for this tea time, Neptune. We'll just chill, have a couple of conversations as to what has been going on in Garena Survivors so far, all of the action, all of the party. We have to hop on into it, right? Vitality, on the other hand, getting themselves bagged by Fright, and the Jack 12 going to town with all of them. AXP Turtles, on the other hand, they sneak away into a small little defensive compound for themselves. And you, community, you are invited for that comments section in the tea segment as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of tea might be zipped and spilled as well later on. So looking forward to it, AJ. And we'll have to see as to how that will end later. So you're invited, but before we go there, you're still invited to like and share the stream, guys, because a lot more is happening. We are just in the second phase of Safe Zone. Though this is the last match, I'm pretty sure a lot of excitement will be given by these teams. And the four Kings right now, 3 kills to their name, all upgraded, and the chopper in play. They might be spotting the Conquerors right now. We're in. Consistency is not working for them. Survivability as well. So Conquerors might be taking the end of this game in here, but they might be dropping a little bit too near against Vagabonds Esports if that is a correct team that I've seen from that minimap.
Yeah, NRX 420. This is a big fight. Pookie, up top, 4 Kings. We spot them out. And I believe the Conquerors are on the way. Ooh, Vagabonds Esports on the way as well. This is a drive-by. And Rex 420, don't do anything, man. Don't breathe. Don't even breathe. Vagabonds Esports drives by. And Cookie watching all of... No. I cannot believe what I'm watching. Vagabonds Esports, they hop out of the vehicle and they're going in for it. But Yato taken out by Papi's Godnade. Blink shuts one down. Cookie from afar attacks Zeus instead. And RX 420 have an assassin in the tree. Raygun moving around, trying to look for a way to spot this guy out. But Vagabonds Esports, too accurate with the drive-by though.
Yeah, but the thing is, with that nades as well as a fireback coming from NRX 420, I mean, Vagabonds Esports might have been in there caught with a wow, but they needed to move away, NRX 420, on that matter, because they haven't seen anything of a challenge or that they can do against the challenge of Koki in there on the snipes. And Papi right now jumping in on a tank, probably a wrong vehicle to move into. as he moves in together with the teams. The airdrops will be coming in, but the battle continues against Armament Rosina, and it is Loki who takes them down.
Interesting spots coming through here. Vagabonds, Nomads, Void across the battlefield. Nomads shuts them down. And it looks like it's just an all-out chaos. Poppy gets caught by AXP Turtles. This team is yet another pain in everybody's backs out there on the battlefield. AXP Turtles have just been farming kill after kill. And Blink now going to Kingdom Come. Back to the lobby you go, sir. Glide chips in, E&E taken out. Lukey finds Kooky. And I'm not rhyming, it's just happening out there on the battlefield.
Well, we call it as it is, but it is what it is. Back against Nomads right now into the drive and to the gunshots. But Sunset is not yet near as E&E Phoenix will be in here waiting. But KKPG right now, opportunity, but a rewind will miss that on their side. Trevor will be taken out of the safe zone. And AXP right now will be at a loss of teammates. Now, KKPG right here is the only one on this area. The rest of the teams that are already rotated might be pushing up against Vagabonds and Esports from the left side, but as we can see, Cookie will be backing off. Don't want any part of Vagabonds Esports at this point. Might be meeting up with AXP on the other side, and the chase continues, AJ.
The chase will obviously continue for all of them as they try to look for the circle, as well as a little bit of that adjustment out there on the battlefield. Vagabonds Esports, I don't know how they decided to engage with 420 out there in the open just like that, but I want to see that kind of Vagabonds Esports right in front of the Nomads, right? Park that car, do a little bit of slide, take a drift it into there, just park that car just so stylishly and then go bang, bang. Nomads engaging with Almighty Prime. That's a big fight, and Almighty Prime might just retaliate, and we know exactly what they're capable of, but Miru, Armin, and Rosina are about to get snuffed out. Ooh, Nash couldn't get that final hit in.
Well, PPSH is not a good gun, especially with the distance in there. Up close, yes, possibly, but he should have switched in there. And Blue right now in here trying to use a different one, but he's more of a snipe in that distance. So switching weapons can be possible, but with the quickness of how Sumiru is moving, as well as with his snowboard mobility that he have a better chance. But with a chase at an ATV, well, I think this is GG's right now. But a getaway, where we'll be hiding off, there you have it, spotted on the go, and there goes Yato for the kills.
Let's see if Vagabonds Esports will continue dominating out there on the battlefield. Luki doesn't really need an exotic Arctic 50, if you ask me. This guy has got bionic eyes out there on the battlefield. Nobody is safe when Luki is in town. Four Kings, on the other hand, Instinct just showing you the kind of blood that he wants to see on his axe. And Riley Esports might just be the ones to spill that blood, but they disengage. Instinct from afar. These shots aren't going to connect, but 4K, I like the setup here. Two of those pink airdrops have been hit already. They are ready for a battle.
Yeah, Fright is taking the lead right now, trying to check all the corners, but Riley is not yet spotted. I think they were able to get away that quickly, and the rest of the teams have no visibility of that as well. And that is Riley Esports surviving that engagement. But on the other side, Kiel has the attention of Conquerors right now, and there it goes. On the other side, the Blue taking the kill against Secre. So the Conquerors has been caught in the middle of this battle. But as we look at the kill feed, a lot of kills happening in there. It's not just from one team, several teams making those kills already, AJ.
Let's see if or not they can buck up here. Joko, big kill. Chase taken down. That's not a team you want to be tickling. NRX 432, they will fight back, and when it fights back, it's very painful, brother. You better get out of there. Vagabonds Nomads on the other hand. Riley Esports out in the open. 4 Kings, big fight, but now it's a little bit too far. But Negi manages to get a hit, but Joko shuts down Nomad. Vagabonds Esports, I believe, one of those players. It's just all out chaos now, Neptune.
Yeah, Instinct right now just using those window to get those shots, and the flank being done by Fright. A little bit too aggressive to my liking. Good thing he has a snowboard, but he's only bringing the fight back to their teammates. And the pickup is being done against Neg at this point. It's not looking good. They need to reposition, but the compound is one of the greatest cover that they can use right now at this point. It is NRX 420 going in against Vagabonds Esports, and Zeus will be taken down. AXP will be joining the party, but no damage just yet. But when we talk about a total damage, 8 kills already for this team, AJ.
Vagabonds Esports now, open grounds out there on the battlefield. What is Blink doing behind all of them? Secretly running around, trying to play the game of survival, but he needs to get through the players of the Vagabonds Esports squad before he can play the game of survival. Blink, master survivor, ninja skills out there right now, Neptune.
Yeah, Blink salute indeed if he will be able to survive this, but Kiel, on the other hand, was able to take down Pappy, so not looking good for the rest of NRX 420. As we still have 10 teams fighting it off, Vagabonds Nomads, though we have not seen them that much in this fight. 10 kills already to the name, but this time it's a 4 Kings putting in the challenge. The smoke has been released right now, and here comes the rest of the team, and I think this is a good setup for them. What? Fright and Negi in there with a God Nade against Esser, and Travis down. A good stride for 4 Kings to take the Nomads out.
Ooh, Negi, God Nade. Esser taken out, and this is just a unfortunate situation for Vagabonds Nomads. And now a 3-way battle. The flank comes through. Fright eats up Pogs, and Nomads are out. Just like that, 9 more teams out there on the battlefield. The players of 4 Kings, they retreat because there is a potential ambush here coming directly from Vagabonds Esports. They're just making a beeline for the 4 Kings. Ahmed and Rodzina drops by halfway. 4 Kings get distracted. Halo from across drops Nash. And the fight by NRX 432 now from outside the circle into the middle. Kill drops Cookie. Big fights coming through here, Neptune.
2 remaining for Vagabonds Esports, and a lot of teams are trying to gun them down. Lucky right now using that Arctic 50, but it will not connect, and Nash will be eliminated from this game. Yato and Lucky will be stuck in this corner, and in a few seconds they need to move out. Smokes need to be ready, but here comes Lucky a little bit ahead of himself, using that ninja to get above each other teams just to make sure that he will not be spotted. But there goes a team of 4 Kings, and Instinct instinctively kills him and eliminates him from this fight. There's only 1 left for Vagabonds Esports, but this time the 4 Kings is putting up a show.
Yeah, they want to rage. They want to make sure everybody gets taken out of the equation and perhaps finally manage to get that number 1 spot they've been waiting for the longest of time. Vagabonds might have been able to win this. Nomads might have been able to steal away the 2nd spot of the prize pool. But everybody out there now fighting for glory. 420 still alive. Raygun, what you doing, boy? Slides out behind the players of AXP. And AXP, alive as they are, the circle forces everybody in here for one final party, Neptune.
Earlier was a Jokok, this time it's Reagan to prove the survivability can be a strong point for this team. But Instinct right now missing those shots on Ninja, but they need to move because this will hurt. But reposition right now, I think Instinct is a little bit lost with only a few HP right now. Get a good corner in there that is not affected by the safe zone, and it's a good thing that they have this compound. But Kimmy will be hiding out in this area. Negi from above. Now, 2 members from AXP just hiding out as the battle continues from the outside. And guess, AJ, Reagan is still alive and just moving. No one can stop him.
No one can stop him, but Deasing from the back. Halo slides away. NRX 432. What a play. What a defense. Reagan still alive and kicking. 432 alive and kicking as well. Negi shuts down Deasing. This is the 4 Kings and the 432 and the 420 going head to head to head. They need to just take out AXP from this equation so that we can have an OG battle down there on that battlefield and see a little bit of the rivalry play out as well on the final matchup of Garena Survivors Season 2, Neptune.
AXP Kimmich right now. Whoa, 1 room away. The backstab against Negi in there. Gets with the Jack. But Kimmich will be taken out in here. And Trey right now trying to scramble, but losing a lot of HP. And here comes Instinct, 2 HP. And is recovering right now. But there goes NRX 432. Halo for the win, AJ.
What a play, 432. What a game. Nailing the final victory, bringing the whole of Garena Season 2 survivors to a close. Legacy made by NRX 432 in this round. They popped off, man. Where have they been? Where have they been sleeping all this while? Yeah, you sleep now. You've been sleeping the whole competition, man.
Well, get a statement to where they were, but this time, I mean, at least they get a win in there and a chance to prove that even them, like for the position that they have from the competition, the finals, they can still manage to get a win. Now, so much more in the next season, wherein a lot has been thrown already into what they cannot do, what they can do, and hopefully they felt that already into the game. But this time, not only did they get that #1 spot, 14 kills in this game, AJ. Imagine that.
And this is just one of the moves from NRX 432 that we were expecting for so long. And I come on, man. There's OG vibes just running through my veins here. And I feel like, a little shocked by what we saw in this final matchup. Vagabonds Esports, they bombed out early. Everybody went in for the slay. 4 Kings was popping off. NRX 420 popping off. NRX 432 getting the win. Where have they been? All competition, Neptune.
Well, this is the last game. And at some point, the last game brings in no care of dying and more of no fear of fighting, and that is what happened. NRX 432, NRX 420 in there for the 4 Kings. They did a little bit better within the finals, but I would say with the number of kills that they have plus the positioning, and if I'm not mistaken, AJ, Negi is one of the player that has the most number of kills using the SMRS or a grenade for this instance, for this final. So I'm really, really happy on how this guy adjusted in playing in the mobile this time. Top kill from this team for this round, AJ.
Yeah, man. I mean, all 3 teams up there in the top 3 spots, stepping it up this time around. Almighty Prime, unfortunately, all they could play this time around was placement points, trying to sneak into the final circle. Couldn't do much. AXP Eternals, once again, ridiculous skills out there to find kills. And Mizuki, Kimi SH, Viper, and D-Sync, no D-Sync in here, man. One of the few guys who could actually challenge even the players of Vagabonds from the very semifinals in itself. AXP Eternals really stepping up their gameplay even at the grand finals to make sure they get a huge piece of this pie later on from the prize pool of $25,000, managing to pick up a total of 11 kills down here at the 5th spot. Vitality, on the other hand, only playing placement points, but they forgot that you don't get a lot of placement points in Garena Survivors. So unfortunately for them, nothing much they pick up. Just 2 points, I believe. 7th and 8th spot picked up by Riley Esports and Armin and Rodzina, where Cookie provides those 3 kills, but 3 kills in total on the side of Riley Esports. Both these teams just get 1 placement point each. But look at who's in the 9th spot here, Neptune.
Yeah, no placement point, but I would say with the kills that they have, that is a total of 10. It's pretty much what we've seen usually from their brothers of Vagabonds and Nomads. No care about placement, but more of the kills. But from what we've seen, the challenge of a lot of teams against this is really making it difficult for them to get a higher ground. And I think the highest ground that they can take is a roof of a compound, wherein a lot of teams can see that as a level playing field on this game. So thus survivability was not working on this point, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, just going in there to survive, this time not working. But both Nomads and the Vagabonds Esports squad, even though they bomb out a little early overall and don't really play a lot of placement points, the number of kills they've picked up, though, massive down here at the bottom. Look at Nomads. What do they pick up for themselves? A total of 11 kills down at the 10th spot. Fantastic effort shown out there. Just 1 more than their brothers Vagabonds Esports. Nomads, again and again, they're showing that they might just have more quality. And maybe instead of this competition, the next one, we will see Nomads rise above Vagabonds Esports themselves, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time that they get out of shadows of vagabonds and nomads, because there's a lot more that can be offered. Placement point they can do, but not so much from this competition. But well, we'll have to find out. The next season might be a chance for nomads to make that true. But as we continue on, we have the Conquerors, Team Dow Conquerors in here, Ainra and Sacred taking 2 points and not so much. The same goes for ENE Phoenix, the aggressive team, only getting 2 points. AXP, this is AXP Creators on the other hand, 4 kills to their name, but no placement point. So much more than the Conquerors and ENE Phoenix. But 2 points in here coming from ABC Mystic. I think they were just caught off guard in here for the battlefield, especially on how early they engage a different team. It's ENE Phoenix from that construction side. And speaking of early engagement, HGE right here on the 15th spot. Yes, they were able to get 2 kills, but with that engagement on Estate, really not bringing a lot to their plate right now. There's only 2 that can only bring them so much that they won't be able to meet, like reach that high on the leaderboard, AJ.
Yeah, and it's okay, it's expected, because this was once again the final 3 rounds. We wanted everyone to put on a show, and what a show we got, Neptune. I think all of the teams stepped up, and this is what happens when everybody steps up, right? This is what happens when they just feel like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go out there and I'm gonna have a little bit of fun out there on the battlefield. And magic happens, man. Just absolute Call of Duty Mobile, Battle Royale, magic out there in the final 3 games that we have managed to watch and get entertained by and help bring that excitement out of through our voices. And Vitas, unfortunately, they kind of clunk out super early this time around. Just a single point to their name, but it's all right. They've tried very hard already throughout the competition. But, like what we have found out, and a lot of the teams out there have found out the very hard way, this was a tough competition, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And well, there's one thing that I would say again, especially on the last day of a competition, for the last day of the finals. For most of the instances, the last round of a competition brings in a lot more of engagement. As I mentioned earlier, it is because some of the teams who, instead of giving up, are just pulling out everything, but also taking out the fear out of them, because they know the placement that they can get by the end of this match. They can only get so much of a point in one round. But at this point, it's more of putting that mindset, like psychology, that psyche in a last game perspective every round, and they might be able to pull out a lot more of the points and the kills in even in the start of a competition. Probably it's just more of the pressure that is being brought to them, thus they are a little bit cautious, not like fear at some point brings in a lot of confusion. Yes, you're cautious, but it confuses you on little things, little mistakes that you're doing, and even that it throws up your game. And with that, if you take that away, if you take away the fear from the start of the game, then you can like take different heights. You can take different leaps into the competition and into the battle, AJ.
Yeah, and I expect more out of the NRX brand, but I expect more out of 432 as well in the future. Neptune.
Yeah, and for NRX 432 and NRX 420, we really want to see a lot more in this game. Now let's check out the leaderboards right now to find out how the other teams fare. And when I say other teams, those that are not part of the top 3, which is Vagabonds Esports, Vagabonds Nomads, and Almighty Prime, because so far they have made there's a move already that they will be in there. But surprisingly, Riley Esports in there, they missed that chance. Only 1 point difference between them and Almighty Prime. Oh my goodness, Riley Esports, I would say they should be proud of the performance that they have. Regardless if they only take 4 in here instead of 3rd, they should be proud of their performance, because they are the first team that we see challenge Vagabonds Esports. They are the first team who will be able to find out the position of the top dogs and push them out of their prime location and provide a fair advantage against by the other teams in there if Vagabonds Esports is out of their comfort zone. So Riley Esports, really salute to you, but AXP Eternals right now only managing with the kills. This is a lot that had been put into by this team right now. What if they put in a good placement point? It might be the next team who will take that number one, AJ.
Yeah, man, and AXP Eternals just like in the top 9, they have got the lowest number of placement points, but purely surviving through the slays out there. We need to get those players to coach everybody else to tell them exactly how can you chug this sort of performance out there on the battlefield. It's just phenomenal to see their slaying power to be even better than Almighty Prime and Riley Esports themselves. Fawking Aces could only chug up enough performance for that 6th spot, but we want to see more from these teams in the future. NRX 420 with that performance manages to bounce out of that final spot, the dead last 16th place. So I guess that's a little bit of a win for them as well. And 432 with that victory went all the way up to that 10th spot. So this is a huge climbs for that NRX brand as well. Vitas unfortunately couldn't really chug out much, but Mystic as well, ABC Mystic, they were struggling in the competition, but we finally see them climb up just a little bit. A lot was done in the final 3 rounds, and it managed to chug out the kind of excitement that we have been so thirsty for all this competition, Neptune. There's no other way I would have it. And brother, do me a favor, announce the winners of Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy, please, Neptune.
And there we have it. Vagabonds Esports, the champions once again for the Garena Survivors, and the legacy continues on. This team from day number 1 of the finals has proven that they will not be taken down that easily, and they proved it day after day from all 3 days of the finals, maintaining a great lead against the other teams. Well, this has been expected. This has been read already, as I mentioned, from the first day. But what else can be offered by this team? This is Garena Survivors, the 2nd season that they have taken the championship, and it's about time that they dominate and make that concrete as a legacy for the Vagabonds brand. But so far, AJ, it's not just a Vagabonds brand, Vagabonds Esports, who have shown us a great stride to take that to take much scores in this competition. Even the Nomads overall did perform better in this game. But it is what it is, AJ. It is what it is. With the scores after it has been captured, we are left with the champions.
But I want to close off the Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy with a very simple quote. And this quote is courtesy of NRX Efficients 432. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. That's exactly what the quote is for NRX Efficients 432, if you guys did not know. So please be a little bit kinder to each other in the comment section. And for all of you who are disappointed or having an ecstatic time out there after Garena Survivor Season 2 has ended already, don't forget, I've got a little bit of tea to drink and to smell as well, because I need to wake myself up in a little bit, Neptune. Thank you so much. You guys have been a fantastic audience. Thank you for the likes. Thank you so much for the shares. Neptune and I have most definitely had a great time being the voices behind all of those matches. Neptune, any final words before we close the show off, brother?
I really appreciate everyone who has provided great support in there, not only for us casters, but also for the team. A lot more will be expected from the next season. So hopefully the teams out there, the call outs that we made, hopefully you make that play. At some point, we don't provide them just to make us look better. We provide them so that you can look better. And that's the least that we can do for teams out there who are playing their hearts out in the battlefield.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you very much, Neptune. You have most definitely been an amazing analyst throughout the whole competition. I really appreciate your work, brother. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the close of the show. But a great big thanks to our production as well before we do sign off. Amazing spectating even through all of those technical difficulties. We know the next time we jump back in here with a competition, none of that will be possible anymore because they would have had it all sorted out. Thank you once again, observers. Thank you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Good night and goodbye.